Happy Wednesday. It is time for TCH Live from TCH Social in Austin. I'm William Waddy, the New York Mid. I've got Kyle Frisbee alongside me, and we've got something special for you all this evening. We are playing No Limit Deuce-to-Seven Single Draw, possibly the greatest poker game ever invented. Are you all set for some Lowball action tonight?
I am all set. I am going to relish this different variation of poker and seeing these guys in action. I've played Deuce-to-Seven with Aaron at the table in seat 4 and a couple of these other guys, so this will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces. I played with some of them in our tournament last week as part of the Trailblazer finale. Wrapped up the first season of the Trailblazer Tour. Can't wait to see what they do next season. But for now, let's get on to the deuce. And we've got our friend AA Ron with a 3-card draw. You just hold it under the gun. And I am told that there's a few technical hiccups in these first few hands. Apologies in advance for that. Looks like
congrats
Ryan sets to $1,000.
Tournament. Congrats to Vic for shipping it.
Looks like they have a knit button going on, a knit game.
What about fifth?
Congrats on 5th place, man.
I got 4th place, by the way.
Congrats. I know you had an awesome series. Where did you end up finishing in the final standings?
I got a free roll seat, and then I busted 2 from the money.
Ooh. Yeah, that was a stacked final table.
Second.
That's a pretty good first one. Not bad.
Yeah, big accomplishment to make that free roll, though.
We'll wait in orbit, I guess.
How many events did you play in total?
A lot of them.
The answer is a lot. Fair enough.
So all bomb house are going to be.
Got a few points, but didn't quite play enough events to have a real shot at it.
Yeah, fire early, fire often, fire at all the stops. I fired at almost all the stops.
I'll say pot every once in a while.
As
Just
soon
to
as,
mess with it.
as soon as I saw the betting, you did pretty sure that this is.
This is so far. It is far. Yours is not. Look at this. Seriously, it is so far.
All right, and get on to the next hand.
Hey, we're trying to get some positive vibes.
Good to see Manesh here. Was recently on the stream in the final table.
Yeah, Mahesh, you see him all the time.
I'm going to try really hard.
Yeah, very strong, well-known Austin player.
Got heads up in the POO final table last week.
They should have really had a conversation with you about the cards.
Welcome to everybody in the chat. I see Dima.
Yeah, Damon, good
Nikki.
to see you.
Welcome, welcome.
I play mixed games with him quite often.
Oh, nice.
I'm sure we'll be crossing paths this summer. And
Pretty quick hand there.
yeah, blinds are 5-10, $10 ante. Not sure whether it's coming from the button like these guys usually do when they play their Wednesday game, or if they're doing it from the big blinds. Don't know what the software can do, but 5-10, $10 ante from somebody each hand. Oftentimes this game's played with a bigger ante. Since there's only 2 streets, you need to build that pot.
The old ones definitely were very.
So the way this works, for those unfamiliar with the game, it's the opposite of 5-card draw. That game you might have played around the kitchen table. You got 5 cards, you have a betting round, no limit betting, and then a drawing round. You can take anywhere from 0 to 5 cards, and then 1 more betting round. You want the worst hand. Ideally, 7-5-4-3-2 with no flush. Royal flush is the worst hand. 7-5-4-3-2 is the best hand. And Mike's kind of a good news, bad news situation. He's got a 7 draw, but no deuce. He does have a gut shot, which does downgrade the draw a little bit. Does make it 75. And AA Ron with an 8 draw decides to call from the small blinds, gets Mahesh to call behind him with a 10 draw. I think this will be 1 for Aaron.
Probably.
Mahesh pats his jack. It's a rough jack. He's going to try and fade everything.
Whoa. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh,
Not sure what happened there.
A little confused.
And then, did Mike stand pat? Is Mike playing this as a snow?
One.
One pat one. Okay, he is going to draw the one.
Okay.
Wasn't sure if that was a pat or a
burn,
one.
and then this was his card, and this is the card I was pulling back. Are we good? I'm so sorry, Kristen. My
We
apologies.
see
Pat, one.
there may be, yeah, so looks like Aaron may have missed his draw.
Yeah, you got a whole barrel.
Whether it's
of
the
drink
ace or
back
the
there,
king
Mike?
that he got, he
Yeah,
does appear to have
okay.
missed.
Sorry.
Mike does appear to have made an 8.
It's his first
Check.
live stream.
See.
First time I've ever played.
So Mike's going to be
Yeah,
looking to
okay.
put some money in this pot. I don't know that he's going to get many takers.
Bet 200. Seat 9. 200. Both seat
200, the price tag.
9. No worries. No worries.
Aaron quickly folds. And Mahesh has a bluff catcher.
Yeah, just a bluff catcher, especially when Mike just draws one and now leads out here.
Jack is a small favorite against the draw
I
one.
believe it should.
It'll, like,
Jack
rescan
10
all
is certainly
five.
not so great as
I
Jacks
think.
go.
Like, I don't think it's trying to remember.
You could
anything.
even make the argument for holding that 8 for the three-way pot.
show his cards.
As a black card holds the purple hand, break it, and with the better hand.
Gosh.
I think he's playing a tricky.
Yeah.
He's playing a tricky thing here.
Oh my
Thank you, Mike.
Trying to hide his.
Yeah, Diego's in there. That's right, Jorge. Diego leads 6. He made a run in the final table. Yeah, actually, Diego and I went out the same hands. Luckily, I had more chips.
I've seen me do it to her.
So if you lose 2
got
players
that,
on the
yep.
same table at the same hands, the placement goes to whoever had more chips.
Just a beer so far.
Part of your ICM strategy, if you're going to bust simultaneously, have a couple more chips.
Yeah, he shoved his short stack. I reshoved. Like I had like an 8 draw or something. And then I think it was Bones that woke up with a pat 10 and held against the both of us.
Only need to put the new card over. Not with-
Victor with an 8 draw with a gutter.
We need to put the new card over, correct?
Ideally, we have an 8 and a 3 or a deuce. That way we can never make a straight.
We'll find out if that's wrong.
Makes it 40. Aaron with the 7 draw in the gutter, the slightly rougher 7 draw.
3 players.
Professor is presumably going to be drawing 2.
Seat 8, 2 cards. Seat 1, 1 card. Seat 4, 1 card.
2-1-1.
I checked Dark.
Away from this.
17 CYD, your 1 2 seats available.
Is that working?
See Reverend in the chat. Yeah, Phil Ivey has certainly done well in this type of tournament.
This is one of the purest games there is.
Okay, that works. So we've got
Harsh,
2,
your
And I think we're sorting out the draw.
2.
And here comes some
We're
cards.
gonna check. Seat 8.
Do not do it. Don't pull everybody's in.
Oh, I only did it because she told me to try to get them to read them. Oh, yes, of course. Normally we wouldn't. It was.
I can see some
It's the only way it's discarding. So I'll leave them as best as I can.
I got you. Okay.
Queen.
Everybody
You need
checks.
to scan all 5 cards, guys. She just found it.
How to scan the cards. Yeah, the system's not that smart.
Get this shit out of
Couldn't draw.
here. And I
Jack
threw
will
2
take
jacks
it.
away.
And
Not the draw
somebody
card.
said queen and 1, and
Shut up.
let's hear that Diego wins here.
Nobody's talking. Nobody took quite.
The professor.
No worries.
Sure quiet down there, Troy. That's scaring you.
I'm getting ready. I'm charging up.
Okay.
You just let me know when you're ready.
So, Will, maybe you could talk about what is your change or adjustment in strategy depending on
Took my 3 bet.
how many cards your opponents choose to draw.
So if I'm in position, but position is really, really important in this game, then I could potentially stand pat, like with the weaker hands. Like let's say my opponent draws 2 ahead of me. Like, you could even pat some of your better queens and be a favorite.
Huh? Oh, I thought you were.
Whereas if they draw, like maybe I'm sitting with a jack that's convertible. I can keep the jack, or I can break the jack and draw to a much better hand. I get to do the opposite of the guy who's out of position. If they draw, I stand pat. If they pat, now I'm going to break my jack and draw to something better and hope for improvement.
What the hell?
So that's the biggest thing. Like that's as much information as you get apart from the bets. You get to see how many cards they drew.
I tipped him 5.
So yeah, I mentioned snowing before. So snowing is when you decide to bluff all the way. You typically raise before the draw. You stand pat. Without a good hand, you stand pat. And then you bluff river. And you pray that it works.
So
We'll see
essentially
how much of
just
that-
make it look like you were dealt the nuts. Or
Yeah, we're telling the story that we got something good.
and
the
with no
story
community
goes-
cards, it's much easier in this game.
The story goes that a coin toss 50 years ago decided whether the main event would be this or no limit hold'em.
Oh wow!
And hold'em won out. For better or worse. How about for better for Aaron? He's got a convertible jack. A jack with a 7 draw the right way. A 7 with a deuce.
Heads up.
Mahesh defense button, and now Aaron has an easy break, I think. No, he's going to pat it. I stand corrected.
So what happened to Will? One.
Well, he's been in Vegas. And he's not back yet. He is back, but his work schedule, he said he could probably show up 7 or 8 o'clock.
Okay, Aaron's going to pat that jack. Mahesh going to draw 1. He's going to draw to the 10.
Check.
Bit of a rougher draw. He's got a gut shot there. 10, 9, 7, 6.
Bet 65. 67.
That's a hand that a lot of players are either going to snow or fold rather than try and draw.
65.
Mahesh bets, Aaron snap calls and catches the bluff. Mahesh did miss.
Button is right. Okay, perfect.
That's the other thing, though. Like I'm saying that the jack is a break. If you have an opponent who's going to bluff a lot, we could just pat and bluff catch an aggressive opponent. Personally, I think that drawing that draw is a bit too strong to give up on.
There might be a couple.
But I'm not the expert
I
here.
don't know if you'd rather get them now or else you go through
I think you're fibbing, Will.
Rebel, you're going to learn. You're going to learn. A game you don't know anything about, you're going to know a lot about this game 4 hours from now if you stick with us here on TCH Live.
Heard of the, like,
Yeah,
I don't
watching
know
a stream
what it's
probably
called,
one of the
but
better ways to learn
every
this
time
game
you
if
win
you've
a
never
hand, you
played.
gain up
It's certainly the cheapest way.
and then, like,
Exactly.
at the end of the game or whatever, then it's like you get paid more.
I had to do a little crash course before the first time I played with these guys.
So at the end, what? You win
There was
whatever pot is?
It's
3 or
like
4 of the
no, it's
folks
like
at the
if
table
I
in that game.
have won 5 hands or whatever, and like you've
I
only
have
won
sat
one,
in this
then
game a
you'd,
number
like,
of
only
times.
4 hands
I'm
worth,
often
whatever
busy on
the
Wednesdays,
value that was, and we'd all like settle up or something.
which is when it usually happens. T300 with the convertible jack.
Something like that, yeah.
How much is it?
35.
I don't know exactly how people do it, but it seems like an interesting way to like.
Professor, King Perfect,
you
King
know,
5,
you're
4,
still
3, 2.
incentivized, like, heavily to
You're not
play.
going to keep the king. You're going to draw. Bad news is gutter. Good news is everything else is pretty good. So, yeah, we'll explain here, Reverend. So, Professor has re-raised, made it 100, T300 going to call.
Had it.
So now we have a drawing round. Players can take between 0 and 5 cards. You're trying to make the worst hands. 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. Straights are
Yeah,
bad.
because,
Flushes
like,
are bad. Aces play high.
Check
If
to you.
you make the damage like too onerous, like 10 big blinds or something, like it just makes the game way crazy. But by adding all of it
Don't
up,
know
and
what the
putting it in
bounty
the
is
pot
on this
makes
Nick
everyone,
game.
like, excited.
Professor has drawn 1. He is going to be praying for a 7. He's also going to be praying for anything but a 6. A 6 would just kill his hands. He'd have a straight.
Or like the worst is when you only have to pay out like, well,
T300, not in position actually.
But if
T300,
it's only like 2 blinds worth
I
per
believe
player or
stands
something,
pat.
right?
with the
You
jack
don't
nine.
really care about
That's
losing
not
the game.
exciting for the other player.
Shut up.
Jack.
It's not as exciting for them, and you don't really
Professor
care about losing
checks
them.
back,
It's,
check,
like,
check.
too small. So you have to find, like,
So
six
whatever
spots.
he had, it can't be at a jack.
Fun is right.
Yeah, I
The
would have
scanner
loved to
didn't
know.
catch what it was.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what he drew there, but
Has to be the.
he'll
Ace
take
five-
it down.
By the way, ace 5 4 3 2 is not as straight in
You
this
didn't
game
want to hold on to that.
because aces always play high.
I'm not as
Oh,
good
I
as
guess
Mike. I lose
One
to
time
that
in the
again.
series, it took 3 floors to figure that out.
I thought it was as long as he showed cards.
Yeah.
Is this in a tournament you were playing?
Okay, so even
Yes. I may have been the player with that hand.
If the cards have been tabled, then let me go.
It's all good. You're doing your
Not like the player has to remember this.
They do have to remember to show their damn cards. That's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
with the nick, that's right. With the nickname being on, you do have to table your hands if you want to release your nick button. Don't know what the penalty is, but last player with a nit button does have to pay a penalty. It's either pay everybody some amount of money or splash the pot with some amount of money.
Which
So,
version do you prefer?
Pay everybody. I
Yeah.
pay everybody guy.
Raise seat 335.
T300 with an 8 draw. Gonna raise it up to 35. Why do I say convertible jack? So the word convertible in a draw game means that you can either pat the hand and it's a reasonable hand, or you can break it. You can discard the jack and draw to something much better. So if I have a made like jack 8 with a like 3 reduced where I will never make a
What's
straight,
gonna happen here?
I can either pat the jack and be a small favorite against a draw 1,
3 players.
but it'll be fairly marginal to go down, or I can get rid of the jack, I can break the jack, and draw to something much stronger. I can draw to an 8.
Okay.
And 8 is
Guys, I
really,
just
really
have to
good in this
pull them
game.
in. It's not letting her read them unless.
Like it's good enough that like we can often get stacks in, like especially the better rates, like say an 86. And
3 discarded 1, C8 discarded 2.
we have a lot of cards being discarded here.
It was 5. The whole book.
Someone has to be the first.
The book now has to be.
So Bob has decided to call from the big blinds and draw 5 cards.
All the way
You
in.
can go down.
Hanging on to 1-8. Oh no, he is. You're right. It was all 5.
All 5 cards, and you're allowed to do that. It's just usually not a good idea to put money in the pot with 5 cards that you don't like. And I don't know why we're discarding 8s.
Where they have like all the different
Like we can
cards,
actually
like,
hold on to an 8.
You just set your cards out.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused there at first. The graphics still showed 1-8, but
Yeah, I think we're sorting out right now how the discards work with the scanner. I don't know if T300 is related to somebody else with a T and a number after the name. I don't know.
I'm gonna guess no.
So this looks like 3, 2, or 5. A 5-1 pat. Okay.
But I can still give him his card. Yeah. 1 here, 2 here.
No, 5-1-2. Graphic is wrong. Professor drew
When
2.
someone gets a
It
book,
makes
they don't
sense.
throw them
Just
onto
make
the
sure you
scanner,
scan
probably.
them. Again, guys.
Scan the cards. All 5 cards on the scanner. I think they might be using the book rule. So in this game, if somebody draws 5, the first person to draw 5 gets a 6th card. And
So did George not want to play?
we
or
see
couldn't?
2 players that have a pair, and T300 is going to
What's
bet
after this?
because pair of 7's usually no good showdown, but we can bluff.
backyard up there somewhere.
Cool.
Yeah, so the book thing is not an official rule.
wish I had a
2-7.
backyard,
Normally, if you draw 5 cards, you just get 5
How you
cards.
bet with the pair?
These guys,
You jump up for
you know, they like to have a little fun. Get that 6th card if you're the first one to draw 5. And yeah, that was a value bluff with a pair of 7s. Yes, I know who T1000 is. I just don't know if there's any relation.
It took a little bit longer than I wanted. When I'm going against a draw 2 in a book, I want it to be fold, real quick. Fold with delay work.
I know what I was thinking. Listen, that'll give you credit in the first 4 bet.
I was quiet the whole first.
This is one of the events I look forward to every summer.
One more. I shouldn't have
At
shown.
the WSOP?
Yeah, the 1500 no limit deuce.
Where the bomb pop up here.
How does it measure up in terms of structures? Is it turbo-ish. You got plenty of play.
Yeah, you get plenty of play. Like you're in the money late day one. Like 1500s are not turbos generally at the series. The big bet games can often be in the money day one. A lot of them, like the limit games, tend to be in the money on day two. Which Deuce-to-Seven can also be played as a limit triple draw variant. There's also much more rarely pot limit triple draw, which shows up in the dealer's choice. We've got an interesting hand brewing here. Mahesh raises with something fairly raggedy. Professor calls. Victor, 7 and a gut shot. Just calls. Bob putting the squeeze on. He's got a pair and a gutter. Could draw to the 8. Could also play this as a snow, which is a lot more adventurous out of position than in position. 140, the 3 bet. Mahesh would be drawing 2. Drawing 2 is not ideal, especially in a multi-way pot with a 3 bet. Yeah, he's going to let it go. Professor with a 10-9 draw. Again, not a comfortable draw. He's going to make that fold. Down to Victor, who has a 7 draw, but also a gut shot. So not quite a 7 draw in the sense that it's a monster. And Bob goes first. He's out of position. He is going to be looking for a card, as will Victor.
I was a little confused yesterday when I saw you.
1 and 1.
You saw me yesterday?
Okay, perfect. You ready?
Yesterday or
I don't think you saw me yesterday.
1 from each.
Sunday? Saturday?
Okay.
Apologies for the graphics.
Saturday? Where they had the party out there?
Oh, yeah?
Scan all 5 cards.
You were wearing a red hoodie.
What
the
did
red,
Victor
yeah.
actually catch? They don't both have a deuce of hearts.
He only
A
wears
deuce
a
of hearts would be really good for Bob.
red hoodie.
I've got 2 now.
If we can get all 5 cards on the scanner, Bob might actually have an 8 here.
Yeah, it's very soft. I mean, good material.
New one?
The new one, yeah.
Is it a TCH one?
Yeah, yeah, they've got them.
Unfortunately, we don't know what that card is.
Yeah.
That may not matter, though.
3 summer.
You could bluff. Makes it 325. Almost full pot. Perhaps it's Victor who has the ace. I'm going to assume that Bob got the deuce and made the 8. Rebel's playing the 1500 Turbo Bounty. I may or may not fire that one.
They're doing 5.
We'll see how the schedule winds up. We'll see how the summer's going to that point.
Ultimate.
I'm going to get out there a little after Memorial Day and be there the whole summer again.
Wow.
And it looks
You're
like
able to work remote from
Yeah, it'll
Vegas.
just be the best
Yeah,
one.
yeah, working from out there.
Very nice.
Reverend say never play ace, king,
I've
or
got
queen.
7
Well, we don't
so
play
I
ace,
could.
king, or queen for value. We can certainly open hands that have an ace, a king, or a queen in them,
Oh, I'm
but
sorry. High,
we're
high.
usually discarding one of those cards or more of those cards to draw to something better. But yeah, we're not trying to make a king or a queen or an ace. That said, we can also bluff catch with them.
Yeah, queen is basically the worst hand that you could hope to win at Showdown.
Depends on your opponent.
For the most
So,
part, yeah.
story from last week. I bet a pair of 6s on the river, and I got called by a pair of 5s.
Oh, wow.
And we're doing a bomb pot, which is apparently going to be 4 cards, 2 boards.
Check the C3.
Never mind. I see 5 cards.
Got
This
Big
is,
O.
or maybe this is PLO 5. So I don't know that we can do Big O Ultimate on the stream. We couldn't the other week when we tried. But we can do PLO 5. Maybe that's what's going on here. PLO 5 would be 5-card PLO High, which you mostly see online, but every now and then you see it live.
Aaron would have the nuts on the top board here.
Nuts for whom?
Aaron's got the ace 10.
Yeah, he also has the 10 high diamonds on the bottom, which are not good. But do block the straight flush.
T300 with better diamonds.
The bomb pot doesn't count for net, right?
No.
And so T300 made it 50. Does have 3 pair on the bottom to go with his diamonds. On top, he's got 2 pair. So a sliver of scoopability. Got raised by Aaron. I'm assuming this is PLO high. C300 does make the call. We're going to go to the rivers. We don't pair the top. We don't pair the bottom. So king high diamonds still good on the bottom. And up top, it's going to be Broadway. So this will chop if we get the showdown, assuming that we're playing the game that we think we're playing. And
the actions would say that that is the case. But
C300 with 2 non-nut hands. And an ace of diamonds that has a 10 scoops him. So this is not comfortable. It's never comfortable to call to win half the pie. Like, there's like a million straights up top.
Probably.
Yeah, Aaron going max pressure. He does make a call. He'll chop it up.
Chop it is PLO 5.
With our friend AA Ron.
A chop, guys. Broadway, the flush. Half over here, half over here. Bomb pop button is right for the next one. Button right for the hands.
Everybody actually seeing Aaron today, but he is
Format would be strong.
regular voice of the stream for Dallas, as well as occasional events here in Austin and elsewhere.
Yeah, big game from Dallas every Tuesday on this channel.
Yeah, do the 9 for 99.
Another reason to subscribe and get your notifications on. Find out every time we're on.
I'm unsure. Can you just check?
Lots of action.
Either way, you have the
Austin,
9 for
Dallas,
99.
Houston, and Rio Grande Valley. At least 5 days a week. We've been putting a little extra work in the last couple weeks with the series.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Some of those final tables, very fun to watch, as well as commentate, of course. It was amazing how often we saw the cream rising to the top. A lot of the same or similar faces on the multiple final tables.
Was that your water over here?
Ooh, Pat 9 for Professor. Pat 96.
45.
Raise. Seat 8, 45. Fold 9, fold 1.
Makes it 45. It may not have any takers.
Yeah, nobody else with much here.
Has no takers.
Wow, brutal.
Raise and take it with a 96.
It's a little like raise and take it with aces or kings.
Yeah, disappointing.
So it goes by age, so you're next.
You're next. You always pick on the old guys, right?
Or my hash, who's older? Is my hash older than you?
I don't think so.
So I'm curious, from a mixed game specialist like yourself, I feel like there's more conversation at mixed game tables.
Definitely.
Why is that? You think it's just because people? I feel like people have more enhanced love for the game.
I think it's partially that. It takes a certain personality to not lock yourself into hold'em. Bob now with a Pat 9, a bit rougher than the last one we saw. This one's a 98. And it's a smaller crowd. You get to know people. It's not like you're grinding hold'em tournaments on the road and then there's just different faces every time. C300 with an 8 draw.
30, seat 2, raise seat 3, 110.
Goes for the 3 bet, makes it 110. Which gets Aaron out. Which is a good thing for Aaron because he would have been drawing dead against Bob. Presumably he draws 1 to the 98 and he'd be drawing dead. Mahesh with the draw 2, cold calling from the big blind. Mahesh, don't try this at home. And Bob just flatting. It is possible that the player behind him woke up with a bigger monster. He's going to get some good news in a moment when T300 draws. Mahesh presumably drawing 2.
Seat 7, 2 cards.
2 cards. Bob should be standing pat.
He's the winner, probably.
C2 tap.
And now you see C300 with a pretty good draw.
Pull them in.
I don't think Mahesh is drawing to a queen.
2. Tap. 1.
Mahesh has more aces than you would
Yeah,
like to have.
yeah, that's pretty terrible draw there for Mahesh.
And I don't know if C300 paired is 7 or not.
Jay said he would.
That would be sad. You pitch a 7, you get a 7. I'm going to be looking for some more value, I think.
That's 260. 60. Yeah, bet C2. Yeah.
Okay. I
Sorry,
definitely interpreted that.
C2, bet 60. My apologies.
$60.
So did you play that tag team tournament, Mike?
Just $60.
Were you playing that tag team tournament?
Yeah.
Who was your partner?
C300, if he actually has a pair, could consider bluffing. He does block some good hands, but then you're just trying to say that you were snowing.
You guys won it?
Both, and yeah, Mahesh with 2 aces.
Holy shit.
And did he actually draw to that queen? That, if you're drawing 2, you're keeping the 8-4 deuce. You're not keeping the queen.
It would have been a really good move. I thought you were going to.
Okay, perfect.
So they're not going to
I need a
hold
pair of
2
aces
hours on the
there.
time.
I don't know how good you're getting at this game. But ripping on it there was really good.
And I got y'all's time called for until 8:15, fellas.
And pretty tough if you T300 to consider bluffing the guy that
Okay.
stood pat.
Yeah, bluff the bluff is what is the goal, or saying that you caught something. Like maybe you had an 8 draw and you actually made an 8. That is a thing that happens sometimes.
Okay.
They
perfect.
tell me.
Guys, she figured everything out. In your discarding, keep your cards that you're keeping behind the yellow line and only put your discard card out. Don't put your cards that you're keeping on the circle until after I've given you your new card. If we do that, everything should be.
Then you rescan your hand.
All
Yeah,
right,
once you
and
get your new
giving
card,
some
rescan your
instructions
hand,
to our
but
players on
you
how
shouldn't have any
to
issue
make
with
the
the reading
computer
ideas. She said
be
it was
happy.
trying to pick up the cards that are on the circle as we're.
Yeah, actually working reasonably well. There's a lot going on out there for these
No one's made
scanners.
Reverend pointing out nobody's made a wheel yet. Is that hard to get? That's pretty hard to get. If you think about it, like if you have 4 cards to a wheel, then you have 4 outs to make a wheel when you draw. So it is hard to get that exact hand. There's a total of 4 combinations of a 7. So then the number 2 would be 7, 6, 4, 3, 2.
35.
Then there's 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2. Like those are the 7s.
Speaking of 4 to a wheel, that's what Mike has.
No, he has 4 to a fake wheel. He has 3 to an actual wheel.
Yeah.
He has aces that suck, and Bob calling with a 10 draw. Professor getting in there. So yeah, it is tough to make a wheel. I was dealt a Deuce-to-Seven wheel in Big O last week.
How many hours of Deuce-to-Seven do you have to play to make a wheel? Would you
So
say,
that's
or
where
is
these
it something
cards
that
are supposed to
happens
be
once
on
every
the-
few sessions?
No, they need to be
Once a
just
session?
over here.
I
all the
actually
other
have never thought about it.
Everything's perfect right now.
I'd say exactly get a wheel. I don't know that I even get one every session. But there's a lot of hands that are good enough. Like any 7, I'm happily putting my stack in. Give me like even an 86, I'm pretty much always putting my stack in given the chance.
Oh yeah, wait.
If I'm playing
discard
single
and
draw.
then put your five.
Triple draw, like you have to be a lot more
Or
nutted.
either way,
There's
she
3
says
draws.
either
Like
way.
we're really
Here.
interested in like making a 7, making a smooth 8. Whereas here, like any 8 will do. Smooth 9s are usually good, as opposed to rough ones. Like so, a rough hand would be like a 9, 8, 6, 9, 8, 7. A smooth 9 would be like a 9, 6. That's what when we say smooth or rough. And
Bet seat 9.
I don't think anybody actually has anything here, but this is where the fun starts in Deuce-to-Seven. Mike has 2 pair, and he's betting because 2 pair is never ever winning its showdown. Bob has a queen, and Bob is going to bluff catch.
I've got a
Wow.
new card.
To a nine.
Oh.
Pretty good.
Touch the nine.
No, Mike actually has a good hand.
Down
Bob
to two of
Bucks.
us.
Are we good?
I don't know what Mike has. Apparently, it's better than a queen. And it's better than 2 pair.
300. 420.
I wish I could see. Everything has pips on it. I wish I had the overhead shot.
Decided too, I was like, damn,
Nice
I
hand, Mike.
called.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good thing I
Maybe
didn't-
someday we'll have a button in here where we can switch to the overhead shot on command.
I don't think they're ever going to give us that kind of power. That's too much power.
I'm on your side, like.
Oh, when they screw those up like that.
Yeah. I thought. Yeah, I don't know what.
Doesn't matter. You'll be 10 right now.
I was going to pan to a left end.
UPG with a 2 draw is encouraged.
I know.
Keep it coming.
I was thinking.
Pretty fun to have these guys on the stream today. It's a nice change of pace, and if you're a regular here at TCH Social Austin, you'll see these guys playing every Wednesday, like you alluded to. So this has been a long-standing game, going all the way back to the old location.
Victor with a pat 9.
10-8-4. 3, 4. Just get 2. And you probably get 2. Because I have ace, king.
I get white just to have a chance.
Yeah.
Mahesh, I really hope you draw 2.
So he would have gone probably a king or an ace.
We go heads up.
Is that Pat and Pat?
Victor pats.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, you were Pat.
Uh-oh, knit versus knit.
Oh, here we go. Got a hit on knit.
I hope Mahesh draws 2. If he draws 1, he's dead.
1 seat 7.
Mahesh draws 1. He draws to the 10, which is risky business against an under-the-gun razor. Again, Mahesh would have discarded a 4. He's not discarding a deuce.
Yeah, it appears he only drew 1, so He's
whatever
up a
he
creek.
has, Victor's hand is better. Victor makes it 90.
oh no.
Mahesh puts
Mahesh
his
is-
last 90 in,
10, I see a 9.
and Mahesh made his 10. Nothing like drawing 10 and getting
Two
there.
good hands.
It
Yeah,
happens
it's
to
a
all of
brutal
us.
spot. Yeah, these games do
They
play
have to-
reasonably big. Say somewhere between around like 1-3 hold'em, maybe,
And I get single.
in terms of just general size.
We see the reload coming.
A lot bigger than 1-2.
Just
Yeah.
100 in the middle, right?
Yeah, here, pull that over.
700 here.
10 out. 700, and then, well, he's binding for 800.
Go have questions
100
about this
of
game.
flash this
Feel free to ask. That's what we're here to do. We're here to spread the good word. No limit Deuce-to-Seven single draw.
800 in.
Well, I know you're asking chat, but I do have a question for you, Mr. Lottie. So, what is the most common mistake that you see people who are new to the game making?
I'd say
And we have a straddle
drawing more
on
than one
5,
card from early
20.
position. Like if I'm going to be drawing more than one card and I'm out of position, I'm either snowing or folding. I'm not doing any kind of call draw 1 or draw 2. I'm snowing or folding generally. Playing weaker hands, like weaker draws out of position. Like trying to draw to a 10-8 out of position. Like we're really not excited to draw for 10s, particularly early position. Late position depends on the situation, depends on the opponent. You have the information as far as what they did. I think we have a straddle on. Oh my! Pat number 3 for T300 makes it $65. It's a straddle pot. He wakes up with number 3.
Wow.
7-6-5-3 deuce. The third best hand possible. Professor calls. Mike calls. Bob,
Four players.
like I said, if we talk about mistakes, like we're drawing to a 97, we're drawing 2 to a 97 multi-way.
One card.
Not advisable. Now, the problem is, like, you're going to have a very hard time putting a large amount of money in the pot on later streets.
Hat, seat 4, 2 cards.
And T300's thinking, I mean, how can I possibly get any more money here?
Because they're so pretty.
Oh.
Yeah, basically, at this point, he's just trying to pile as much money in there as he can, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, his
basically
opponents don't have
fearless.
anything.
Give him all the aces from the
1, 2, pat 2. Or the draws.
Decent sized pot already, though. 380.
Yeah. And I have no idea if anybody's actually caught anything. I think the answer is no.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Thank you.
Can I get service for anybody else here?
Can I get a
Was that a check?
yes?
Check the 2.
Miller Lite with glass?
I think I go small if I'm T300. I try to get a crying claw. Or I go big and say that this is a snow job.
It's still on the menu. They just don't have it. So now I don't know what to do.
Which that is the thing. Like, you get 2 draw 2s ahead of you.
I just need to try all the beers and figure out.
You could play it as a snow, like if you have a weaker hands. Like, you just pat and then you bluff it, because what are the chances that draw 2s catch anything? And Bob presumably does not have anything, so T300 not going to get any additional money.
It's too pretty not to.
We're asking if T300 had all diamonds, would that be a bad hand? That would be a terrible hand. That would be a flush. So that would be a terrible hand in this game. We invert the hand ranking.
Close, one away.
4-3-2 is the best hand.
Again.
The worst hand is a royal flush.
I got the all 2 pairs.
So yeah, we don't want flushes.
On a splash spot, but it was even splashier.
I did once watch a pair of aces go wild.
Super splashy.
I don't think the guy knew the rules of the game.
Oh, no.
And accidentally beat a flush.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the first time you look down at pat number 1, you're like,
What?
Sometimes, or I guess the most
I already
common
have
not knowing the
the
rules,
thing.
that's what reminds me of people that think they can have one card to a straight or a flush in bomb pots if they're not
Yeah.
familiar
I'm
with
the only
PLO.
one though that has been dealt with
But-
that hand and ended up
And
pushing
T300 going to keep the straddle going.
Number 1.
pad number 1 with Will.
Oh, $20 straddle on seat 3.
yeah.
Do you like the polarizing bet on the river
Pretty
there?
special.
Yeah, I'm actually cool with that.
Fold 7, fold 8.
Because you could definitely tell the story that we saw these two we saw these 2 guys draw 2 ahead of us.
Raise, seat 9,
Like, we could be
40,
snowing.
fold seat 1, fold seat 2.
Forgot about
Like,
the,
let's say you had a slightly more marginal draw, like maybe you had something with a gut shot and a pair, like, or you blocked some of their outs.
Bug it.
You could decide, you know what, I'm snowing. These guys aren't making
only
anything.
'cause I have to.
1 call.
I don't know what these draws are.
I'll take it.
I
Let's
guess
get 7.
T300 got a cheap defense, like he's going to draw a million cards.
Is that good?
Truly awful starting hand.
I think that's a full book for T300.
6 cards here. 1
And this game uses the 6 card
bar away
book
from this
rule.
Okay, that makes perfect
I
sense.
drew a more reasonable amount of cards.
Did you discard one yet?
So T300
Check
discards.
seat 3.
Whatever cards he actually has, again, like, they're not good.
Bet 85, seat 9, fold seat 3.
And I can't tell you if Mike made anything,
Doesn't do
or if
it.
he's bluffing with a pair of
Button
tens.
is
Like,
right, guys. It will be.
I
a
think
bomb
either
pot
way you
this
do the
game.
same
Bomb
thing.
pot.
Well, if Mike plays Deuce-to-Seven anything like he plays Hold'em, I played on stream with him a few weeks back, and he has some bluffs in him.
yeah, and
Not afraid.
Yeah, he is a fixture of this game, and it looks like we are going to a bomb pot once again. And this is 5-card PLO high keyboards that they're playing. Off screen, I know they like to do some big O ultimate high-low, which Smoke can't do it on stream, unfortunately. But yeah, in that game, you'd be looking for the best high across both boards, the best low across both
Aaron,
boards.
do you know the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Oh, you're gonna do this one on air? Okay. Tell me what it is, Mike. What's the difference?
we don't know.
I don't know, but I've never had a
And a garbanzo bean on my head.
And we're canceled.
7 players actually.
That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, boy.
9s and 5s are bottom.
I told you that one before? I thought that was a Will joke. Wasn't that a Will joke?
To be clear, Aaron's not talking about me. He's talking about a different Will.
Good.
There's a different Will who plays a lot of Deuce-to-Seven, who is not on stream tonight.
Felt like you needed to clarify that.
I absolutely need to clarify that for the sake of my own career.
Awesome. Thanks.
Mahesh making it 50. Pair of aces on one board, nut hearts on the other board.
And a few
Mike's going second nut hearts. And pair of 9s.
Fold 2. Fold 3. Fold 4.
And looks like we're going to go to the turns heads up.
I got cash.
Mahesh's hand's the better one here. 7 and a 10 roll off, both of the black variety. And what does that do? I don't think anybody's made a straight. I don't think anybody's paired. 125 from Mahesh. Mike's going to have a hard time continuing. Really has nothing on the bottom board. Let's it go. Isaac says hi from RGB. Hello, Isaac. One of our friends way south here. One TCH I haven't been to yet, RGB, because it's just kind of far from Austin.
Pretty good haul down there. I'm down there for different reasons from time to time, so I may stop in there at some point in the near future.
I hope when they do the next Trailblazer, the RGB stop is not over Christmas, so I have some excuse to go down there and I'm not out of town or something.
There's the garbanzo being, you know.
And last time it was kind of close to Christmas, I was in New York.
Take you to another level.
And I missed out on the chance for a bunch of points. Like, I wouldn't have been sweating the points last week to get into that free roll.
Rio Grande Valley, not the worst place to be in the wintertime, though.
Apparently,
a lot warmer down in those parts.
If you like that sort of thing.
Actually, last time I was there, it was after that historic freeze that Texas had a few years back, and all the fruit trees were frozen. It was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, like all the palm trees were dead.
Yeah, caused so much damage.
Yeah, I remember the freeze. I remember remaining in my car for warmth.
Sorry, what was that?
I was staying in my car for warmth. There was no power.
Yeah, that was I'm in a hilly area of the Austin Metroplex, and I could not leave for extra days beyond what most people could actually go to the store.
Yeah, everything's iced over, and we see Victor waking up with a 10 and going for the squeeze, which is going to get through. If you want to see a hand that's not convertible, this is the one. So this is a pat 10, and it has a straight flush gut shot.
Gentlemen, she just wants clarification.
So,
30 minutes from the end of the last
under no circumstances are we breaking that 10.
Every 30 minutes.
Like if we're in the middle of one, then we just continue it. But
right, but you want the notification.
Yeah, whenever the net game is off and the timer goes off, then we restart.
And I think we got another net game happening here.
If I lose, I'm out of money. I'm leaving.
What?
Fuck you guys. I'm not putting 100.
Yeah, so any hand that has
beat it out of you. Whatever comes out of your pocket, pinata, that shit out of there.
Downgraded as well. You lose a quarter of your outs.
I'll put you 100. That pack is worth more a lot than $100. I use what's inside.
Mahesh has a gutter, but he has one of the better gutters.
Raise 20. Seat 8, seat 9 fold.
At the 6 draw.
Yes, sir. I would like
raise seat 1 at 60.
Victor playing aggressively again.
two
He's
12,
60.
3 on one rock. Tequila.
And
Try shooting
I don't
drink.
think 60 is enough to get these blinds to fold. Okay, Aaron's going to fold.
Yeah.
Not going to get a lot of folds. With a hand like Queen 10-9, I think I go a bit bigger, just give my opponents a chance to fold. Mahesh has got a 4-bet. Make it 220. The jig may be up here.
I'm a double fist. I'm not gonna start.
And Victor gets out of there. C300, 98 draw, not a good enough draw. He will fold as well. Mahesh will show.
Hey, got him.
He will get rid of his knit button.
6-4-3 deuce.
Good draw.
What's your show, man?
6-4-3-2-2.
6-4-3-2-2.
Oh, nice. You bet it?
I have the folder.
Nice.
I was going to pack with it.
You got it.
Says he was going to pat, he wasn't going to draw.
All right, I'm going all in.
6-4-3-2. That's binding?
Very soon.
I'm going to pat, go all in. I don't care.
Draw one, go all in. Draw one.
I like it.
Very, very soon.
If somebody wants to solve me, be my guest.
Fold seat 8, fold seat 9. Raise seat 1, 30.
This round, I'm going all in.
Fold seat 2, fold seat 3.
Yes, got one off.
Victor raises and takes it.
Oh, guys.
They were the last two last time. They were the first two.
Good job. Good job.
No question.
Mine was too good to book.
I had 2 pairs. I had to discard 3 at least.
So Victor and Mahesh, the 2 players without a knit button.
Keep those for Tiffin? Oh, never mind. I forgot.
They did not let us know what the stakes are on this knit game.
I see how it is. I was going to win this hand, so I wanted them both.
Haven't really had 2 premiums butt heads against each other yet, have we?
It's not as frequent
They all
that you
fold,
have
right?
2 big pat hands collide in this game.
Yeah, my bad.
How's that going to work?
What's more likely is that the draws and
He needs you to straddle really fast.
It's not going to work. Yeah, just put 20. You'll be fine.
Diego, can you scan your cards one more time?
See? Little men a lot better.
I know. Raise seat 9, 40, fold seat 1.
Mike with a lot of 3s. Wonder what the plan is here. Bob with a pat 10. I think I know what his plans are with his hands.
Raise seat 2.
His plan is to raise. Makes it 110. And Bob gonna get it through.
Under the gun.
Showing the goods.
I had 3 threes.
Another 10 that we would never be interested in breaking. It's a 10 that has a gut shot. And 3 of the 3s were occupied, so it's a good thing it didn't come to that.
I should have called. I was so close. I'm just debating whether I will need to discard my 10 or not.
And then there were 4 in the
Looked
game.
right into his soul.
T300, Aaron, Professor, and Mike. Never mind these seat numbers. Deuce-to-Seven's normally played 7-handed. The seat numbers reflect the scanner numbers on the table. So we're not actually going to have 9 players at the table. We're going to have 7. Even though you might see seats 7, 8, and 9 occupied.
Seat 1 fold.
Appearance there by Delaney, the front desk girl.
Black.
Maybe that's not the right description of her job, but front desk host.
One of our hosts, yeah.
Raise.
There you go. There's the
There we
term.
go.
45.
Aaron makes it 45. Mahesh with a convertible 10.
Raise C7, 140. Fold 8, fold 9.
Makes it 140. Back to Aaron. You can draw 1 to a jack. You can draw 2 and have some wheel cards. I think call is the least likely of the options here.
You're the only one smoking.
Does let it go. Mahesh has no nit button, does not have to show his hands. I think he showed everything but the 10. Leave the mystery there. Is it just a monster draw, or are we there already?
What are we doing with the big blinds?
We still post them, right?
Yeah, we're posting them right if they're not here.
And that's a hand that we never have to fold before the draw either.
I think we should double post them.
You're only dead against the pat wheel.
Yeah.
He has to finish any straddle.
I'm good with that plan.
Yeah.
Automatic straddle.
Call anything pre-flop. Yeah, pre-draw.
I like that as well. All good options.
But the 8 draw.
Raise C2, 30. Fold C3.
Aaron with the 98 draw.
Call C4, fold C7.
Makes the call.
Call C9, fold C1.
So Diego, you said you're going on this.
Might get a little splashy in the small.
Is
that it?
That's
the button on you?
That's what you said.
I'm at.
So is Professor.
So I have 3 hands.
C2, 20.
Have I ever lied to you?
Here come the draws.
Especially not at the poker table.
C8, 2 cards.
Also like 1, 1, 2, 2.
Remind me of this hand?
Oh, I was just waiting for you. Yeah, that's sorry. 2, 1, 1.
I'll check.
Check C9.
And I think everybody's missed. Queen would be best at showdown. I think somebody bets at this first.
That's
Aaron
140.
has a king per the
All
graphics.
in. C8.
Professor moves all in.
Fold C9. Fold.
Let's see what they actually have.
9-7.
Do I need what?
Showdown. I see 9-7. I see.
Not if I can use this.
It's like
Oh,
I
Professor.
think
had
Professor wins. It might be
9-7.
queen versus king.
All right, thank you.
No shit. Yeah, no shit.
Nope. Where those McAllens going, Mike?
Guys, it's going to be a bomb
I
pot
don't know
this
that I've had
weekend.
a
Bomb pot time. Let me get some barrels.
Yeah.
You got one there?
Thank you.
Mike, thank you. Cheers.
All right, so
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mike.
Professor took that one, right?
Cheers, guys.
And
Professor takes it down. Yep.
and another bomb pot. Maybe they're doing them. I don't know if they're doing them every half hour, every orbit. It feels like we're doing a lot of bomb pots. Maybe the night's just flying by. How are we an hour in already?
It did fly by. Be with you folks till 10 o'clock Central tonight.
$886 and 1066.
We're good.
Oh, you're good. You're no worries.
Now what cards I want to have?
62, 63.
Somebody's got to have an 8 here. There's Aaron.
Aaron. What the 8?
67, 58.
And he's got an open ender as well.
You guys want to do suicide or what?
Everybody checks. Nobody's got that last 6.
C1.
Huh?
I'm down after this.
Yeah, let's do suicide.
Aaron did fill up with that deuce on the turn.
That C4, 70.
Second vote for him. Not much doing on the bottom. Just the gutter. We don't really like gutters on paired boards, and it wouldn't work out in this case. The 9 would. Well, no, it won't. The hash folded. 9 would have filled him up. That probably just gets through.
Ooh, get a.
And we don't get to release the nit button on the bottom, unfortunately for Aaron.
Okay, guys, from now on we'll play suicides on bomb pots.
Yeah, let's do it. Leanne.
No one bets, you toss it.
Nobody
and
bet on the
then-
flop. We deal it.
No more check in the dark.
That's right.
I don't know if the graphics can do that.
That's why I asked when he checked the dark.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be a lift.
Yeah, so Mike proposing what we call a suicide bomb pot around here. That is where if the flop checks through, everybody mucks their cards, and then they all put in another ante, and we do the bomb pot over again. And Aaron, 654 deuce. Pretty good draw. Makes it 45. Mike on the button.
I call.
Call seat 9.
He's got to draw 2.
Call seat 2. 3 players.
And Bob gonna call as well with his 10-8.
1 C2.
Should be 1-1-2.
C4.
Quick intersect for 2-5.
1-1-2.
Ready?
And apologies for the graphics. There's no way that these discards are right.
Check C2. Bet 125 C4.
Aaron presumably drew a
Call
$96.
C2.
good card, discarding his ace, and he'll take
Made
it
a
down
9.
for bet.
96. So that 6 that popped up, that was correct. But he didn't get rid of, or he got rid of the ace. He didn't get rid of whatever the other card allegedly was.
I think it was a deuce, and he obviously didn't get rid of that.
He had a paired card.
Turns out you have trip 9s. Good game. Good game.
Just me and Mike.
Okay.
So Aaron takes that one down.
It was 9 6
Think
5.
so.
Oh my god.
Maybe you
Oh,
were
okay,
holding
no
a
worries.
better hand.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Definitely
Won the
didn't.
last splash pot. I'm about that.
And we had
right
for
back in there.
hand number 25 of our no limit Deuce-to-Seven single draw game here from TCH Social Austin. William White in New York, Ned Kyle Frisbee alongside me this evening as we play some poker here
No worries.
in
Being a
Texas.
little temperamental.
And
What are you doing?
Oh, okay.
Wake up and get rid of that.
I was about to plug something, but I have nothing to plug in the box. So
Good draw. It wasn't an ace this time. I've been known to do that. Yep.
C4 fold.
Mahesh with a 9 draw.
I made my hand. C7 raise, 30 call raise, make your hand and fold. C8 call, C9 fold.
Not bad.
Professor calls. Victor with a rough 9, or a rough 10. It's a pat 10. It is not convertible. Again, textbook definition.
Fold. C4 players.
Uses the call. Squeeze also an option. C300 in there.
5 cards.
Looks like he's drawing 2 to the
Gotta play
10-7.
all day.
Correction. He's drawing 5.
7, 1 card. C8, 1 card.
Mahesh drawing 1. Obviously, he's discarding the 4. Professor takes 1.
6 cards.
Victor stands pat.
Now pick your card and then scan them after that. 1 card here. 1 card here.
Looks like they've both paired.
Check C3.
I think the 10's going to hold on for Victor. Maybe. Mahesh is betting. Graphics might be wrong again. Sorry if they are.
What's up, dog?
265.
Go get my jacket. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Fun?
Yeah, we're having a good time. How you doing over
Our
there?
funeral for the professor.
C8.
Nice. Oh yeah. Go get
Victor
'em.
lets it go.
Fold C3.
Wow.
Mahesh overbets the pot. Shows a pair of 8s. Good bluff, Mahesh.
Assuming the hands were correct, I think that's Mahesh's second decent-sized bluff he's gotten through.
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh, I love this game.
This is a game of aggression.
No, I thought about calling.
And that's the problem with Victor's hands. Like, it's
If I'm last, I call.
not a hand that enjoys a lot of pressure.
You lost, I don't bet.
Reverend predicting that Aaron's going to win the most. We'll see. Nobody with a massive win so far tonight, but still a very long way to go. When the pots get big, they get big. It's harder to get a big pot in this game just because there's only 2 betting rounds. Part of why we play with the bigger ante in tournaments. So in tournaments, the big blind ante is big blind plus small blind. So if blinds are 400, 800, the big blind ante becomes 1,200. More incentive to raise and take it.
Raise C8, 20.
Those pot size bets after the draw are that much bigger as well. Professor going with a small raise.
I thought you had a 9 or something.
Raise
T300 with a straight to the 7. Pop quiz. Which card do we discard when we get called here? We discard the 6.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that gives us the chance to draw to the wheel if we get a deuce. And it also means we only have a gut shot, we don't have an open enter. As Mike does call with a pretty rough draw. C300 gonna draw 1.
Apologies, Lottie. I was looking at Mike's hand. I was like, well, obviously they...
We're drawing a lot more than 1 card for Mike.
I'm going to break it.
C9, 1 card.
Mike only taking 1. Either the graphics are wrong or he's got something up his sleeve, but T300 with number 4.
Just spikes it.
For Mike's sake, I hope he doesn't have something up his sleeve.
Bet 350, C3.
C300 makes it 350. That doesn't give Mike much room to bluff. If
Mike must be holding something different than what we're seeing on our screen here.
yeah,
Unless
these
he's
graphics could be drastically wrong.
posturing. This could be some posturing, though. T300 without. Oh, wow.
Makes
Makes
a
a
call.
Holy shit. I see.
Number 2.
Very good hand.
Very lucky.
Perfect.
And
7's on stream.
our graphics were slightly off. It was actually number 2, not number 4.
Number 2, and next he's going to put
Same
the wheel
difference.
out there.
We're still delighted to put our stack in.
Oh,
Number
I do
2 would
not.
be
While I'm last in the
76432
nickname.
if Aaron was right in saying number 2.
You'll be 5, and you'll be the ante.
He's got a better view of the cards than we do.
Oh, perfect time for Bob to not be here.
So T300 with a couple of 7s tonight.
Yeah, he's had the 2 most nutted hands. He's up a little over $300, or excuse me, $700.
He said he couldn't make it.
Really the kind of lone winner at this point. Everybody else hovering around even or down a bit, but nobody
Nobody
deep in
stuck
the hole.
piles.
Yeah.
I would love to know what
Last time
Mike
I saw him
actually
play
had there.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, but the 2 times before that, he crushed.
Oh, really?
Raise. Seat 8.
Professor.
You don't
There's
want
a
in
couple
this,
ways we could
splash
go
pop
here.
bomb?
Trip
Raise.
8s, 8-8-8-6 deuce. We could draw 2,
want this
or we could
splash
snow.
Really?
If I was gonna snow, I'd be
Splash pot net?
making it more than a min raise.
Fold. Seat 1.
Or maybe that's a straddle that wasn't picked up correctly by the graphics. I don't know.
Fold. Seat 2.
We would really not like. We'd really like to not even get to the draw round. We'd be happy to just take it free with this
You're
hand.
already ordering? So what are you calling me?
Aaron with the 98 draw in the small blinds.
Seat 4. Fold. Seat 7.
Chooses the flat.
So you got it.
And why not?
Call. Seat 8.
Okay. I'll do that.
Professor calling.
Declarations.
Looks like it'll be a draw 2.
Seat 4.
1 for Aaron.
Oh, hold those away from the circle. Seat 8, 2 cards. Seat 9, 2 cards.
Professor draws 2. Obviously, he discards the 2 8s. I don't know why the 6 and the deuce are hiding, but apologies. In the dark here on what these players actually have.
Check. Seat 4.
I think I said 4 hours.
Checks to Mike, last player to act.
Bet. Seat 9, 275.
Call.
Call. Seat 4.
Aaron calls the 275.
Fold. Seat 8. So I don't touch anything is what you're telling me? I don't know yet.
Verify.
Seat 4 is the winner.
It sounds like Aaron has won, but
Okay.
not quite sure what he
I
showed
think Mike
now
had a
yet.
pair of 5s.
5 plus.
Yeah, like queen or something?
Pair of twos. Wow. If you fold, I call with pair of twos.
Okay, Reverend with a question. This is a good question, so I'll put it up here. C300 would have had the wheel if he would have discarded the 6. Why did he discard the 3 just to be safe? He actually did discard the 6. He kept the 3. He discarded the 6. The graphics were wrong on that, and he did the right thing by doing that. So I'll explain. So let's assume the graphics were right. He had 765-3, right? He had 765-4-3. He had straight to the 7, if I recall the hand correctly.
That's exactly it.
765-4-3. That's a straight to the 7. So we want to discard the 6, the 5, or the 4. We would never ever discard the 7 or the 3. The reason is, if I discard the 7 or the 3, I have an open-ended straight draw. There are 8 outs, well, 7 considering my discard. There are 7 outs where my hand is utterly useless. Where I make a straight, I'm never ever winning at Showdown. If I discard the 6, the 5, or the 4, I have a gut shot. So the only risk is the 3 outer to get my straight back. And again, my hand is garbage, right? So that's why we discard the 6, because that way we make the best hands when we get there. So that's why you would discard the 6, because you have fewer outs to get hosed, and because that is the smoothest draw when you get there. Really, like in single draw, number 4 and number 1 are the same. Like any mate 7, I am delighted to put my stack in, and I don't care. Aaron with Pat 9 did raise and take it there. So, yeah, that's why you discard the 6 and not the 3, because you have the least bad straight draw, and you have the best made hands when you actually get there. Imagine you get an 8, right? Would you rather have 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, or would you rather have 8, 7, 5, 4, 3? 875 is better.
All in, all in.
So yeah, that's the answer.
Splash pot without the Nick?
Good question. There was an epic triple draw hand at the PPC a few years ago. I think it was Yaki versus Arie, where the one guy ends up on the second draw making a straight, and then a straight to the 7, and then discarding the 6 and catching a deuce to make a wheel against Pat number 2.
Oh, wow.
Whereas, like, if he would have caught the deuce first, he's got number 3, and he's never breaking number 3, and he's losing to number 2. But we keep the 6 so that we can make the wheel. Or we discard the 6, rather, because we can make the wheel. Bob, our Razor, has a Pat 10. Professor and Mike are going to try and run him down.
I checked mine.
Oh, you checked? I didn't see it.
I checked mine.
All in, seat 9, check seat 8.
Mike all in for 165. I don't know what he has.
Can I get Coke Zero, please?
If I'm Bob, I'm probably calling here. Pat 10, I can beat a bluff.
So Victor called a Pat 10 earlier in a similar spot. But let's see what Bob does.
And your other opponent drew 2. Bob lets it go.
Okay.
Yeah, glad you like this game. Hope you get the chance to play. And, I'll tell you what, in Vegas over the summer, like there are places other than Horseshoe and Paris that run poker tournament series. There are some cheap no limit deuce tournaments if you look. Like usually like Golden Nugget or Orleans. Like they'll have like $300 mixed events randomly during the summer. Those are worth checking out if you want to try the game out for cheap. Then, of course, through the series, they have the 1,500 bracelet event. They have the 1,100 satellites of the 10K. I play the satellite every year, and I was 1 hand away from winning a seat last year. I could not suck out on
it, actually, right?
I was slightly behind, so I was drawing. He had a Pat 10. I was drawing. And I had an 8 draw. I 3-bet shoved. He had a 10. He called, and he held against my draw. So he won the seat. They used the milestone format. Like you hit a certain number of chips, and you win the seat. And that was the size of the pot. Like there was a milestone seat in the pot. And yeah, my summer and my poker career in general would be so much better off if I could just win $10,000 pots. Mike with serious scoop ability here. He has nut diamonds on both sides. Open-ended straight flush draw on bottom. Top 2 on top. And he does check from the small blinds, as one often does.
Raise 100, seat 8.
Mahesh sprinkles a bet in there. And Professor makes it 100 and immediately gets punished by Mike. Professor has a wrap, and he has weaker diamonds, as he has another wrap. He has a lot of things. Mike's are better, though. Over to 2,300, 7s and 6s, 7s and 5s, fold those. We don't want bottom 2 here. Everyone's going nuts on the flops. We don't want bottom 2.
I know.
Mahesh can't believe it. Just hold the hash. Your hand is trash.
The double reverse inside out. It's like,
Look what you did, Mahesh. It all started with that $10 bet. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
All in for less.
Roll on 3 ways.
All in for less.
Mike, looking for diamonds.
65 from each of you into the main.
Professor, looking for straight cards that don't have a diamond in them.
75 and back.
And also don't have a 10 in them, because that makes Mike a better
Because I
straight on
forgot
the
it's
board.
a suicide deal. I actually forgot.
Mahesh
All right, guys. Action complete.
I'm not sure what he's looking for.
Pretty amazing. Not one player with a set here.
A 3 and a 9, so there's a straight. No diamonds for anyone.
Showdown, guys.
King
With a
10
side
is
pot, a side pot. You two,
Okay, so
I see
king.
King 10 for a
So king
straight
10
here.
is a
And then
straight for
up
Mike
top,
on the bottom.
It's
Aces and
a
sevens,
seven
I
for
think,
two
on
pair,
top.
and it's going to be a scoop of the side pot.
Yeah, so Mike scoops the side.
And then
The main
for
pot,
the
I think it's going to be the
main,
same
I see
story.
King 10 here, and then it is a scoop of
Mike
the
scoops
main
everything.
as
Two pair, and then nut straight on bottom. Mike's going to scoop everything.
Wow.
I told you he has the scoop ability.
Yeah, you did. You
the next one.
right for hand.
Oh my
saw the
God.
foreshadowing.
He had the scoop ability, and did he ever scoop?
Oh, he's at here.
Nice little pickup there at the expense of Mahesh and the professor.
Now we know Mike has a scoop dance as well. I don't know if you caught
guys,
that,
she
Lottie,
did.
but
I did not.
During that hand that the timer went off.
Kilo 5 is a sick game.
yeah, that's
I've played it live once, and it was part of a pot limit next
in a cash. Oh, in a
tournament.
And the world. I was like, oh my God.
And I
then
just
when it got to
stuck
you said,
to
oh my God,
nut
you
draws,
suicide.
and I survived. Like I've never just
Yeah,
played
you'd have been
straight up
miserable
Kilo
having
five.
to muck that hand.
You would have
Because
never
of
known.
you.
I would have followed it and said, what a dumbass.
I
You
did
checked,
it.
but I've been the only one that did.
I had
If you check, I
diamonds.
just checked.
I had diamonds.
If he checks, I check. So we would've-
Yeah, Mahesh had diamonds, but they were terrible diamonds.
Right now we're playing.
Do we need
When we
players
get
without your
multi-way, we really want to be
Oh,
drawing the nut.
not at the moment. Do you want to be on a list in case someone leaves? What's your name?
yeah, not too dissimilar
JY?
to just regular bomb
Cool.
pots. Don't want to spend a lot of money chasing the non-nutted hands.
Have you ever played?
I never got.
I had straight draw 3, multi 3.
I'm in here.
Aaron with a 96.
Raise C4 45.
He'll raise it up.
Fold C7. Fold C8.
Respect.
Fold C9.
He's probably going to get to lose this knit button.
C1.
So where would y'all
Victor
go out
calls.
there?
I bet Victor's going to be booking it. But
It's
Victor's
early
booking
June,
it.
so.
5
Yeah,
cards.
so
So in our game, as a special twist, you get a 6th card.
Hat.
You don't normally get that. The first player to draw 5 cards in this game gets a 6th card. And that's the way Victor's going to go here.
so I've got three nights at the Venetian.
Which days?
And
Huh?
judging by the two big cards we can see, Victor's not beating Aaron.
You got stuff at the Venetian?
Yeah.
And
Bet. Fold.
yeah, Aaron's bet gets a quick fold. Aaron shows
Flush.
Oh, no.
not a
Close.
flush. Diamonds.
You gonna pay the flush that when I bluff?
Maybe, right?
I'll put Aaron atop the leaderboard. He and T300 up around 700 each.
Our 2 winners so far. Still a long way to
Yeah, I
go.
gotta see what comps I have that I can use during that period. You like staying in the Venetian Tower or Plaza? You don't care.
Where will you be staying in Vegas this
I like
summer?
Plaza.
Bluff Strip.
It's a little bit better, but they're both.
Airbnb type
Yeah.
situation? Yeah.
Yeah, same as I do every year when I'm there the whole summer. The strip is quite expensive,
Can we play
especially now that I don't have my diamonds anymore and I have to pay resort fees like a bum.
Fold C4.
So,
7, 35.
yeah, that and the food prices on strip versus like normal people prices off the strip.
No, huh?
Will you be staying with poker friends?
Nope,
or
just me.
Just yourself?
I haven't used that stuff yet.
Professor 3 betting over Mahesh's open.
Call
Yeah,
C2.
these must go except for
Call C7.
Bob calling. Professor and Bob both have a jack with a bad 8 draw, like an 8 draw with a gutter.
Did you go out and play?
I'm gonna do
One
this.
card. C2.
Mahesh with a 9 draw.
Yeah, not at all.
I think everybody's taking one. I don't know why the graphic is disappearing. I think the graphic is always disappearing the smallest card. Maybe it's a software
Yeah, I think it
bug.
automatically disappears. Yeah, occasionally it seems to repopulate
I mean, they rake the game of
with
course,
the
which
correct
sucks,
final hand, but
yeah, there's always a lot of.
yeah, I think it's defaulting to eliminating the smallest card.
Both of our jacks have patted, it looks like. It looks like a one pat, according to the graphics.
Yeah, I'll be playing the Deuce-to-Seven Single Draw. I played that for like 2 years. A couple other
The Jack 8-7-5 would be the winner.
It's a ramp.
Me too.
No, Professor wins. Whoa.
You know, they ship everywhere.
And we're back.
Kill the no side. Is there a website?
Yeah, so Professor won. That's for that was a jack or a 10. I think it was a jack. I didn't see a 10 in his hands. I think maybe he drew and the graphics had that wrong. He made a 10. Apologies for that. Yeah, 4 card. Yeah, we like to show some variety. We've had some Big O on here in recent weeks. Had some PLO on here and Deuce-to-Seven tonight.
It's good. It is.
And Reverends, your prediction is correct so far. Aaron winning so far.
Never
Still
hurts
long way
to bet
go,
on the physics PhD, you know.
Yeah.
He's got a big brain up there.
Like the chickpea deal?
See, my mistake was stopping at the Masters and studying computer science. That's where I went wrong.
You know what you call a,
Well,
a deaf gynecologist?
the professor at the table isn't the only professor in the house, right? You're Professor Lottie.
Many, many moons ago I was.
Still counting.
It's been a long time.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, there was a hot minute where I taught computer science.
I'll draw 2.
2 cards, seat 3. Pat.
4 card forever, yeah. Got right by Dante, yeah.
Dante was on fire to start that stream.
Yeah, and he likes to play some hands.
Keep it or not.
Certainly does.
Jack what? Jack
eight.
3.
Actually,
He's like a whole different player from when we first saw him on the stream years ago.
654.
Yeah, he definitely has shifted gears. In fact, speaking of the devil, Dante is here at the moment. I believe he's in the 5-5 game running on one of our back tables.
Some big ass fucking cards in there though.
Yeah. Like Picasso on the paint there.
It is
Oh,
in
yes,
fact Kenny.
it is Kenny, the gambler.
9-8-4 deuces.
One of our PLO regs.
Thought I only beat a snow. I beat that too.
Thanks for watching. Glad to see you in the chat.
Oh, you know, Kenny, I should have remembered your
You gotta learn anytime Diego
handle
draws,
from
just
previously. Yeah,
Oh,
4 card
yeah.
forever. That certainly fits you, sir.
If I pat, call me.
Yeah, I don't know the handles very well, to be honest.
I'm learning.
Something I got to work on. So happy to see all of you watching, wherever you're watching, be it YouTube or one of our other platforms. YouTube, the most active chat. Hit like if you're enjoying this.
Ray, seat 7, 20.
I have seen
A hash with a draw 2 to a wheel.
a long time ago.
Victor calling. Bob has not quite a 7 draw. He's got a gut shot. He's so
The only hand that I really remember is when
not quite a 7 draw the right way, but a very squeezable hand.
I had a Pat 7.
I don't think 80's enough though to get
I
fold.
just called.
I think we want to go bigger, which also allows us to apply some pressure on later street.
Like, I'm all in one. Heads up.
Only Mahesh calls.
And I'm like, so I call. And it's like, yeah, so you pretty much did.
Mahesh probably draws 2. If Mahesh draws 2, I consider playing this as a
I
snow.
went on a tear after that.
I consider padding and playing this as a snow. It's hard to draw 2 and make something. Unless we think Mahesh is a massive calling station who's going to just call us a lot. Bob is going to draw 1.
I took 3-7 for 1 hole.
What the?
3 disappears, but presumably drew one of his 5s.
Bones and him were about equal at the three of them.
Looks like he got a queen.
The little bitty stack of nothing.
And
him and Bones he got pipped in 3 straight hands to take him out. Pipped him.
I think Mahesh has an extra queen of his own.
It was. I was like, cool.
Check. Yeah, that was great for you.
Showdown. Queen, I see it.
They both have a queen. And Mahesh going to take it. Mahesh with queen 7-5, wow. Which is going to be queen 7-6.
I bet for sure if it's a queen, I win.
Drawing 2. Yeah.
Amazing how many
time
queens
for
are
a
in that
raise.
deck.
Too late now.
I was calling him too.
Yeah, you should be calling him.
And he'll be big one.
Chips you win with mediocrity spin the same as the nuts.
Yep.
The Dodgers fan?
I feel like there's a lot of times you can win more money with the mediocre stuff than the nuts.
Very true.
Are you?
I want to hear you say queen.
That said, one of my biggest Deuce-to-Seven pots I ever won was when I pulled a wheel in like a 5-way all in.
Oh, wow.
It was a seriously stupid game. Like everybody's all in, and I wake up 4 to a wheel the right way.
Oh, wow.
And then I get there, I hit the gin card. Pretty sweet.
What a feeling, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't seem to ever be.
The right way would be 7-4-3-2. So like that's the best 4 card.
Hey, meet me at the airport. I'll pick you up, kind of a deal.
So like the 5 gives you the wheel, the 6 gives you number 2. Having the 7 and the deuce will never make you a straight, which is something we want to avoid. Victor, with a pat 96.
Fuel will be X. Can you come up with a half? Fly southwest like 4 times.
3 players.
No.
Aaron, unfortunately, got a call. He is going to draw dead against Victor.
C4, 1.
1 pat, and this will be 2.
C3,
T300 with a sliver of life. He's going to have to catch basically perfect.
We've known each other for years.
Oh, can you pull these back behind the line? Oh, Troy, I'm sorry, can you pull yours back?
So my best friend's nephew has season tickets. So really good tickets.
And looks like Aaron missed. And T300 missed. He has 4 card, reminding us that the wheel is different in Deuce-to-Seven. Deuce is 7-5-4-3 deuce. It's the best hands. In Lowball games, whether it's Ace-to-5 or Deuce-to-7, we use the word wheel to describe the best hands. If we're playing the Doogie, that's 4-3-2-1 rainbow. The ace being the 1. Victor going to value hunt with his 96.
125. Done. Fold, C3.
The tournament's on Sunday at 2.
Their tournaments, the other tournaments, the one you need to be in is Saturday.
Yeah, that's the mystery one.
Mystery guy.
Yeah. The Deuce-to-Seven is on Sunday.
On Sunday?
Yeah. At 7.
I think it's like the first, whatever the first is.
Yeah.
Aaron presumably considering a raise if these hands are correct. He lets it go.
Well, if it's Victor shows to get rid of his knit button. If Aaron actually has an ace jack that he caught, that's not really a raising candidate to me because we don't actually block the made hands.
What's your show?
Like if we draw 2 catch 2 pair, I like a bluff a lot better because it makes it less likely Victor actually has it. It makes it a little bit more likely that Victor's knowing.
Oh wait, no, not yet, guys. Sorry.
I was drawing to
Like
it.
perfect 2 pair blockers if you
Oh
like
my God.
6s or something like that.
Yeah, that would be a good thing. If you give me like a pair and an open enter, I probably just play it as a snow to begin with.
Bill and Gossett.
Okay.
If I
Really
catch
good
it,
country
if
arts,
I'm
stuff
catching
like
no cards, we could consider a bluff. If I get trips, I like it a little
Them
bit
and
better.
Mediocre, the last 2 concerts I've seen in the last few months. Very good.
I want blockers and I want no showdown value, generally.
concert I went to was Bob Dylan.
Okay. 35 for Racy.
T300, 4-card perfect. What did I tell you? 7432.
That's up. I have to say, it wasn't much of a
Professor calling and
No.
going to throw 2.
It was recent, and he was old.
Just
as
getting
shit.
old.
Yeah, and it's just like there's. He didn't. He
1
didn't
for
say a
T300.
word, didn't come
I
out
checked.
to,
I checked mine.
And a check.
You know, like he played,
I'm sorry, seat 8. Excuse me, check
that
on
was
seat
really
8.
bad.
Ink Professor has a king,
Which I understand.
and I believe T300 has paired,
Can you try
which
yours?
would require him to bluff to win his showdown.
Yeah.
Talk a guy next to me and said, "Yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it."
Bet 75.
And he will do just that. Makes it 75.
Pair of 4s.
Shows a pair of 4s.
Fours.
Like I said, he bluffed.
Yet again.
Button right, and now we've
Not
got
sure
a bomb
where the
pot.
queen came from on
Now
those
we have a bomb
graphics.
Bob and I on the knit buttons, huh?
That is correct. 2
Right.
Yeah, I've been in 2
Bomb pot.
pots where I thought I was going to make the best hand. I failed at that. I got to try a different way.
I've been there, done that.
I
Yeah.
got to try something else.
Guys,
Get
y'all
our
did
Bob
mention
Potts tonight or our
suicide
Kilo
earlier. Do you
5.
want to do that on this one?
Yeah.
And
Going forward.
2 boards,
so,
5
3
cards.
boards, correct, on the final board. Still the third one? Is that
boards?
what suicide is to you guys?
No.
Wait, what,
right.
what is suicide for you guys?
If they all
If it
check
checks
around,
all the way
we
around,
re-ante.
Oh,
Do
if
it
they all
re-ante or
check
do it all
around,
over?
they re-ante. No worries, guys. There's 2 turns. That's perfect. Perfect. All right. Good. I just making sure.
That one you're talking about is called Squid.
Squid Game. Yeah.
Squid Game.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I wish we could do
Sounds like they are doing a suicide bomb pot.
I know.
So as a reminder, if it checks through on the flops, all the cards get mucked and they put in another ante and we do it again. That's how that works. King 8, 7, 2 hearts. 8, King 4, 2 clubs.
Double deuce so we can introduce it to whoever's watching.
Oh yeah.
bet seat 950.
Mike says no new cards. We're going to play this one.
Aces
you gonna
and
draw?
kings for Victor.
Seat 1.
Kings and
150.
8 for Victor. 8 high clubs. Twice enough. Bob with aces and 4s. And a king.
Call seat 2. Call seat 3.
So Bob with his ace king in there, T300 in there with Jack 10, 9, 3 deuce. So a couple of draws. We're definitely not giving the cards back. Mahesh wishes we were playing deuce. Would have been a really beautiful convertible 10. Nine of spades, jack of hearts. So Jack 10 gets there. No, it doesn't.
Check seat 1.
5 checking. Nobody with queen 10. 7, 6 gets there for Victor. Bob has aces and kings and jacks now.
670. 670.
4 cards suggesting Mike was considering running a bluff with the queen of clubs if it gets there. Not going to get that chance though. T300's granted him. Mike's all in.
All in.
Queen 6, 5, 4, 3. Assuming these graphics are right.
The big bet.
Mike doesn't really have a whole lot of hands here.
Fold.
Yeah, a little surprising if this is actually what Mike holds.
Fold. Action.
Victor folds what
I'm
is
only
a
good on
very
one
lovely
right now,
hand.
Hearts, though.
Big pot, by far the biggest
Hearts
of the night.
get there for
I see
T300.
Jack 10 for
Straight.
bottom.
Queen also.
Jack 10.
9, 10 of hearts for a flush.
Queen was nice.
9.
Oh my god.
I believe you
I
did
turned
that.
not.
I don't see Mike's cards. I don't know if these are Mike's cards.
I had 4 pair on the bottom board. A 3 pair on top. How cool is that?
It feels unlikely that these are Mike's cards.
Wow, Mike lets it go. Possibly that was.
Like he had a wrap on one board. The 6-5-4-3, like that is a wrap, but we're not trying to make a straight on one side generally.
I got him beat on both boards.
Wow, monster pot for T300. He's
I did have the nuts.
up
right?
1700 suddenly.
Rockets into the lead. Those bomb pots, they can make or break your night.
On the 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, Kenny in chat doesn't believe that was what Mike held either. We'll give him credit. He probably was in a little bit better shape than that.
Yeah, that's
Dude, I didn't have the nuts straight.
that surprised me.
Seat 9, adding 5.
Mike gonna reload. We're gonna get back to Deuce-to-Seven.
That was nice.
Leaderboard fluctuating somewhat quickly. We had 4 winners a moment ago. Now just 2 and T300 with all the money.
Just keep being lucky.
Or nearly. Aaron up still a little over 600. Mike will rebuy for 500. He's back in action here.
Raise C2, 30. Fold C3. Fold C4. All C7. All C8. All C9. 4 players. C8.
Thank you.
Bunch of drawing hands.
C9.
Nobody here with much yet.
C2. 1 card.
I'm glad you paired.
You glad I paired writing?
Yeah.
Looks like most players will be drawing at least 2.
I think the professor's drawing a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Guaranteed pair.
No really good draws here.
6 cards here.
Yeah, Professor did indeed draw 5. 2 for Mike and Manesh. Bob drawing 1.
Check.
Check seat 8.
I check.
Check seat 9.
Not entirely sure if the drawn cards are showing here, but Bob is going to bet.
It's, yeah. We've seen so many cards get drawn that a bluff is not unreasonable. Mahesh is cutting out a bunch of chips. If Mahesh actually has 5s and 4s, he at least has some blockers. Mahesh is raising. God only knows what he has. It could be a bluff. It could be a monster. Makes it 475. Over to Bob. We'll see if Bob really has it or not.
How much? 475.
I'm going to speculate that Bob has better than an ace.
Call.
Ace the call.
Showdown. I see 2 pair. I see.
Mesh did indeed have 2 pair.
Ace.
Mahesh has 2 pair. Wow, the graphics were right. Mahesh had 2 pair. He got called by an ace.
Yeah, you have the 4.
That's Deuce-to-Seven right
Hand
there.
of the night.
That's Deuce-to-Seven right there.
What a call by Bob.
Here's the 475.
Beautiful.
What a bluff catch.
Button is right. There's going to be $100 splash pot. from seat.
Any reason you can come up with that Bob was able to sniff that out?
Mahesh is an aggressive opponent.
Playing poker now.
Just table image, essentially.
Yeah, I think that's
Mahesh didn't have a nip still.
that's definitely a thing. And then also the nicknames in consideration.
Though, I mean, you get like
champion of our city.
Mo the Cat with a question. Aaron's on 10-9-4-3 deuce. Is that a playable hand?
Looks like.
Did he do that on this past hand? So 10-9-4-3 deuce is a playable hand under a lot of circumstances. If you have a raise and a re-raise in front of you, I like it way less. This is because 10-9 is fairly marginal, and it's not all that convertible. So if we break the 10, like we could draw 1 to make it 9. And so like a 9 is better, but it's not a monster by any means. If it were, say, 10-8-4, then we have a hand that we could break. So, yeah, if there's a lot of heat in front of you, I'm ditching the 10-9 as well. In fact, one of my key hands in my tournament run last week was a hand where I correctly broke a 10. And I was out of position. I had to play a guessing game, but it was a read on the opponent that he had something good. And he did. He had my 10 beat, and my break was correct, and I got lucky. Which you have to do every now and then.
What?
What's that?
And you ended up with what?
Like a 9 or an 8.
Nice.
5 players. Seat 9.
5 ways. This is not conventional for this game.
Seat 1. 2
This is usually not how it goes in Vegas.
Seat 2. 1 card. Seat 7.
I wanted to do that. I was like, there's no way.
You guys are psychos.
I think Professor has books from the button.
Nope. I know, I should have. Should have went all in. Should have went all in.
6 cards here.
There's crazy people in this game.
Or maybe he took 3. Now Mike might have booked it.
I'll check dark.
Check.
You know it's suicide, right?
I hope not.
Okay.
Oh, can you scan your cards one more time? Check from seat 9.
According to the graphics, Mike has made a 10.
Jack 9-6.
I see a 10-8.
Book and a
Book
10.
out there.
Mike does have a 10. He has all even cards.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Sure does.
And you got your money back. You did.
No bonus for that.
Oh, good.
No bonus.
He sure is.
Oh, huh. How funny.
You don't think you
It's
would
like,
have down
it's
and
getting
called
better,
back?
and
Do what?
then
You
we're...
would get called, right?
No.
After booking and then you bet,
Yeah, you should have.
somebody will call you for sure.
I know, but I didn't
But
look
on the
at it
other hand,
before.
of course,
I didn't think I was going to get anything, so I just shouldn't have, but I checked dark. It was dark. I did not know what I had, or I would have bet.
P300, AA, Ron, Bob, all winners thus far. You can see their total stack as well as profit loss at the bottom of your screen a moment ago.
Raise. Seat 3, 35. Fold seat 4, 7. Call. Seat 9. Fold seat 1. Call seat 2. 3 players. Seat 2, 2 cards. Seat 3, hat. Seat 8, 2 cards.
Is that an automatic pat with T300's hand?
In the middle, I'm really not enjoying it so much. In fact, like under the gun, like that's the hand that I've been known to fold because you end up in no man's lands a lot. Like this is probably going to be played as a check call and pray that they didn't get there on me.
Jack.
Does check.
10, 8.
That will be the best hand, assuming graphics are correct, and appears so. Maybe we got the graphics ironed out. It's been accurate here for a bit.
Absolutely. 5 in. 10 in. All right, guys. Timer. Oh, no worries. Very much. Guys, the timer is stopped for the game. Y'all want the buttons back?
Yep. To be fair, you double on the board. I mean, we started amazing calls.
Nick game back on. Everybody's done.
Knit game back on.
I don't know what this timer talk is. I don't know what's
Yeah, I
going
was
on.
trying to.
Have they overcomplicated the knit game?
Possibly they agreed to a certain interval between knit games. Might have to find that out.
Just give us all the knit games. Give us the non-stop knit game.
Really hoping my girlfriend's not watching this.
What, you told her about it?
Yeah, she told me I had to tell her if I was ever going to play on stream, and I told her, but we'll see.
Wow.
See if she was able to find it.
Family's watching.
Mike's girlfriends, if you're in the chat, feel free to stay hi. Glad to have you here.
Hey, it was nice knowing you, Mike.
Oh, wait. I got rid of this, right? With the last hand?
No, it just.
No, we just started a new
Oh, shit. Okay.
New one.
Good
Right,
try.
see,
Nice
now,
try. Nice
Good
try.
try, though. Good try.
I got rid of this like last week. Too,
Yeah, so it's good.
And Victor with a pat 9
And I should still get rid of this too.
on the button.
Seat 1.
Raises
Right.
Mike. C300 with a convertible 10. This could get interesting.
Raise seat 3.
4-bet!
Under 10.
Wow, first 4-bet of the night.
Makes it 5-10. Does not want to go any further with his hands. Puts this rough 9 in a bit of a bind. Could break and short of the 8. Like an 8 is going to be way, way better than a 9-8-7.
Ernie champ.
7. I don't know.
Yeah.
We should stay out of this game. Let these men.
I wonder what T300 does if he gets called, if it comes to a draw. He's going to have to act first being out of position. Do we think he breaks the 10?
He just wants the camera to move itself.
The gutter sucks. Like, we only got 12 outs.
All in.
All in.
Oh, wow, and he gets
And the
jammed
call.
on.
Here we go.
All right, guys.
What does T300 do? Stands pat.
Seat 3.
If Victor says pat,
Fast.
Victor doubles up.
Wow, what a spot.
We haven't seen a single 4-bet. This could be really strong. This could have a 98 beat.
This is the biggest Deuce-to-Seven hand so far. T300 winning that huge Omaha hand earlier. Bomb pot.
Victor wondering what this range is. We have not seen a 4-bet. I don't know how much history these players have between each other. If he pats, he doubles. Otherwise, Victor will be the one looking to hit a 12-outer. Well, 15-outer. He could get a 9 back and still win.
Now this is very interesting. This is you don't have spots like this in No Limit Hold'em.
The agony of
Now you make your decision, and then the run out is what it is. Usually there's no more choices after you put the money in, not in deuce.
Yeah, this is very unique. He'll take a moment.
Yeah, Victor
Pat.
pats, turns it over.
Should've. Better to play that in position.
Nice hand there for Victor. Choosing to pat.
I know, but
The full double at the expense of T300.
2, that's what you're thinking?
Pat was the magic word. He's going to get the bill.
10, 6, 4, 3.
And Victor going to get his double. Pat 98 versus Pat 10-6. Yeah, out of position. Like that's I think I heard T300 make a remark about that being out of position. That's a tough spot out of position.
I mean, tens get you back to where you started.
Like, honestly, I'm not sure that I even 4-bet out of position.
Very nice one.
Like, unless I know I'm going to break.
Almost wanted to break the knot.
If you're Victor, do you pat there?
I wish you would have.
I think so.
I know. Let's rabbit hunt.
Again, like, if I'm Victor, I probably also don't just... well, I mean, that was basically off his stack anyway, so I guess you do stick it in.
Oh, can I show the... what it would have been? Burn.
No, you would have gotten wrecked.
I would have fucking killed myself.
It sounds like there might have been a rabbit that just got hunted, and maybe the rabbit would have been good.
No, I hadn't burned because it was pat and pat, so there was no burn.
You owe money.
I put 5
hard
in.
to draw.
I wasn't about to. I wasn't about
his
to.
10. I think it's you who owns 10.
I don't know.
But right.
Yeah, if
I
he's
don't-
first, if he's first, then I mean you're throwing your 10 away.
Yeah, I think I have to pat it though,
Yeah.
because I beat every 10.
I generally avoid any situation where I'm going to have to contemplate breaking a 9. Like, I'm either committing myself to patting this 9, or I am folding.
30 minutes, he's gone.
10 I could break.
See you, Victor.
I'd much rather have the 10. I'd rather have a 7 than a 6 if I was in T300 seat. 10-7 with a deuce does not have a straight draw. 10-6 with a deuce has a gutter. And that's 4 more outs. I wonder if it was a 10-7, does he break,
big chip is,
having
raise
16 outs instead of 12?
Oh, it's a raise of 20?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. My bad.
And
Bring it.
Professor
My
makes
bad.
it 20.
That's on me.
Mike with
Raise
6-5-5-5-4
Hold and hold.
goes
seat
100.
one.
We'll see if this is a snow. Victor with a
get
full
that
house.
shit out of here.
We don't want a full house. He folds. Bob with a 9 draw
Call seat 2.
in position.
What did I say?
Goes for the cold claw.
Every time. Never fails.
What does Mike do?
30 minutes.
Draw 2, Mike.
Seat 9.
Draws 2. I play this as a snow if I play this hands. He's going to draw 2, though.
I have a pair.
Get me in this game.
What? I want to pat the pair again.
1 card, seat 2. 2 cards, 9.
Looks like 2 and 1.
You can bluff if you want. Bluffing opportunity. Bluffing opportunity.
Looks like Mike's
Mike, go
bricked
for
it. I believe Bob has bricked it as well.
Value bet opportunity.
I know.
If you got it.
And
Bet 150, seat 9.
Mike going to come firing. I think Mike has a king.
Okay, done.
He would have discarded 2 of the 5s. He had trip 5s, right?
He did.
So he discarded 2 5s, and he has king queen.
I put it away from the board.
That's such a shit hand.
A lot of greens. Shit. Do you have your blacks? Can't see. Did you move your hand? You can't move your hand?
Keep talking, Mike. Keep talking.
I can't see your chips.
Bob
is
perhaps
what
a
I'm
little bit
saying.
confused. Like, usually the draw 2 doesn't bet into the draw 1.
He's sick if I do now.
I never lie about my hand. I don't have a pair. You've got a pair, you're dead.
No, Bob's not afraid to hero call.
Never lie about your hands. I thought we proved that.
Mike says
wrong.
what his hand is and says he isn't lying.
No one has ever been able to do
Tell me again.
Ever hear of the liar's paradox?
Lied about your hand.
correct.
What's that?
Ever hear of the liar's paradox?
I have.
Not that Mike is actually lying here.
How much?
Just 150.
Looks like you might induce a call. I do find that it's actually true that the majority of poker players
Show him a pair, Mike.
I can't.
Turns it over.
Nope.
Does have the king queen 6-5-4.
Yep.
It was.
No pair, no.
Reverend wondering if Victor's close card was a 3 instead of 2. He loses. No.
Fun, right?
You almost got called.
So when we read the hands
I
like
like
that are not a pair, we read them kind of low. Aces play high.
And Bob would have
So
been
you
outside
have,
killing himself with Vic.
If you have 9-8,
Give me a cigarette. I know I gave it up.
say you
Give
have
it to me.
9-8-7-3 deuce, you have 9-8-7-3 deuce. If the other player has 9, 8,
Nice
6,
hand.
3 deuce,
Thank
then
you,
they
sir.
win.
I guess I should have
We read from high to low. The first card's a 9 for both of them. The second card's an 8 for both of them. And then the 6 beats a 7, assuming we don't have straights or anything like that. So a 9 always beats a 10. So that's the answer there. If both players have a pair, the lower pair wins. If they both have a straight, the lower straight wins, and so on. If they both have the same 2 pair, then the kicker still plays. We're still making a 5-card hand.
Ball seat 9, fold seat 1.
Both players in this pot with a 7-5 deuce. Bob with another 9 draw.
Raise seat 2, 80. Fold seat 3.
And I like to go a little bit bigger with these raises. I want to get some folds. I just don't think 80 gets you a fold, especially with an ante being in there.
Ball seat 7. Ball seat 8.
Now you got cold call by Mahesh,
Ball seat 9.
and that induces the avalanche of calls. Here we go, 4 ways.
Because I got these again.
2 cards, seat 8.
Bob, the only player with a draw 1.
Cameras on them. These guys play like psychopaths.
And
Huh?
Professor and Mike at least are not going to be able to make a straight. They have the 7 and the deuce. Never mind the graphics. We know they're discarding the big cards.
Love it. Big fan.
My theory is some kind of software bug.
Yeah, I think the software
I should be patting this.
defaults to the 2. Well, the 10 deuce wouldn't be the 2 lowest cards, but it seems to.
It seems to like doing that.
So, like, yeah.
If I hit my hand, I'll check.
And production has no idea what the down cards are either, like the way the system works.
Very curious of what Mahesh draws here. Hopefully we can see that.
You guys can stand
It
in.
did correct that he's throwing away the king and the jack. And it did update. Unfortunately for him, he made 2 pair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I may not even put it out.
Professor with a jack 7. We don't know what Bob has yet. The jack is the winner if these graphics are right.
Check seat
I'll
7,
check.
seat 8, check seat
I
9.
promised I would.
That's right, Reverend. Whoever has the lowest high card, if they both have a high card.
How do
I see a 10.
How do I pull
I
2
see
cards
2
and
pairs.
then 2 pairs?
You mean you fucking
Does Mike have a 10?
Twice I've done
I
this.
told you I'd check if I hit.
Keep 3
the
more
10 was
cards and
Mike,
pick
seat
2
9.
pairs.
Yeah.
Sounds like Mike actually has a 10.
What a game. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Thank you.
man. Hey, thanks for the drink, though.
Pot is being pushed to him, so
You're
apparently
welcome.
Mike has a
Right,
10.
guys, it's bomb pot time. Bomb pot.
Now we go on to a bomb pot. So yeah, apologies. The technology is not
Oh,
really
okay. Now
liking
you-
the discards for some reason.
I recognize those dulcet tones.
That energy go.
And it sounds like we're going on to another bomb pot.
Make it happen.
I feel like they're playing a lot of bomb pots tonight.
They are coming around frequently. We had some fireworks earlier over
They-
2K in the middle.
Looks like they're using a bomb pot button instead of like every half hour.
Maybe that's the case, yeah.
Just gotta keep picking up bluffs. Keep bluffing them.
Did you talk to KJ about that hand? Did you?
He was dealing in one of the tournaments at my table. I just said, KJ, you know that you owe me some money. And he started laughing. He said, yeah.
Oh, that's too good.
Not quite sure what's happening here. I don't think the graphics realize what game we're playing.
Oh, the seat 1 best 50.
I think Bob wishes we were playing the other game right now.
Start doing that. That's 150.
That was my guy.
I know. I was about to hit you with something, but no.
See if we can get the graphics to correct themselves.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like we'll have our 2 flops.
They're working on it. I think there's a club on that top board.
Call seat 7. Call seat Call seat 4 players.
Oh, nuts spades for T300.
Victor?
Actually, the
4
king
pairs
is a club. It
and T300 with the spades on the bottom.
Yes.
The top board pairs, nobody has a 4. I don't see anybody with a set.
At T300 with a monster here, he's got the nuts on the bottom and a draw to the nuts on the top.
He has aces up on the top.
Or nut flush, excuse me, board is paired.
Yeah, he still has the spades on top. He's got the spades on bottom. I think the kings are reversed between the two boards. 225 from T300. Mahesh. Looks like he's called. Heads up to the rivers. Another spade on the bottom. If only those come the other way, that's better for T300. But as it is,
check.
I think Mahesh missed. I think T300 is scooping.
He is second scoop of the night.
All in.
Moves all in for about half pot effective. Mahesh the effective stack. And these graphics are right. Mahesh has very little in terms of hand strength. Let's it go.
Pretty good one. Pretty good one.
It was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Bob Pot's proving very profitable. That can back up
You almost got me. Thought about it. I thought
over
about it.
2K.
Gotta pay to see that one. Or wait 10 minutes. One of the two.
Straddle is on. 520.
Let's go.
Back to deuce.
Get him, buddy. I'll do the
Get him.
I'll do the
As we get into the second half of our show, TCH Live from TCH Social Austin,
Don't look
William Lottie, Kyle Frisbee with you tonight as we play No Limit Deuce-to-Seven Single Draw 510 with a $10 ante.
Live 20.
First couple of hours flying by.
Victor, 3 to a wheel, also 2 pair. Gonna raise this.
You should have put the 40 on.
Mike with a
Call seat 9.
convertible jack. I think he breaks.
1 seat
He
9.
does break.
510, but
Victor padding. Victor is running a snow.
He's got the blockers.
Pat.
Mike makes a
Put
king.
your cards back on the spot, please.
I will check.
Check seat 9. Bet seat 1, 150.
Victor goes almost full pot.
snowball.
Mike folds. Shows the snow.
You showed 2 pair?
2 pair deuces.
Nice move by Victor.
Mother.
That's him.
There we go. Now we're playing Deuce
Now
to
we're-
7.
Okay. Oh, that's true.
Victor up 375
20
after that pot.
Good job, your $5 box is available.
Does it? Okay.
Mahesh,
Do
you
you have
4 or
5
5?
cards already? Guys, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we've got a miss still. I still owe him a 5th card. I guess
Oh, he's got 5. Why would he? Another one.
Okay,
He
then I
never
guess
dealt
we're
with
good.
the 5th card.
I never dealt him the 5th card. I must have
Are you
somehow
sure?
dealt him the
You
first
probably
card.
started from here.
I think so because the button had moved over here. My
All right,
apologies,
so for
guys.
sure, Mister.
Yes, it is a mister. My apologies, guys.
Works for me.
My apologies.
I had
guys.
dogs, dude. Fine by me too.
This deal.
That,
Sounds like the button's in the
button.
wrong spot.
You were gonna have to snow, and Bob was gonna call you with a pair.
Yeah, dealers have to kind of work overtime and
Pretty
Deuce
awesome.
to 7. It's kind of happened here and there.
In the tournament, Mike caught with a pair of 6s and 1 against Bones.
Really?
Not a small bet.
A lot
huge
more
bet.
moving parts
Yeah.
in a regular
Bones
hold'em
had
game.
9s, he has 6s.
Baller. No wonder I didn't make it close to the money in that tournament. You guys are too good.
live 20. Ray, seat 3, 65.
C300 with a 7 draw.
Paul, seat 4. Paul, seat 7. Paul, seat 8.
9 draw for
Paul,
Aaron.
seat 9. Paul, seat 1. 4 players.
Mike and Victor with a couple of draw 2s.
2 cards, seat 9. 2 cards, seat 1. 1 card, seat 3. 1 card.
I would say that both of those blinds, like those are hands that I'm usually just folding free myself.
Yeah, so between T300 and Aaron, whose hand do you like better?
I like Aaron's better because Aaron does not have a straight draw.
2, 2, 1.
T300 does have a gut shot. He discarded the king, not the 3.
2, 1. Now, guys, all of them, put your cards on your little button, please.
And I think T300 made a 97.
Guys, put them all in your spot, and she's gonna. Nope. At the same time. Sorry, guys. Now she hits the button.
Did indeed.
Perfect. Thank you, Jennifer. Apologies. I think she figured out the magic.
And Victor made a 10 if these graphics are right.
Check seat 9. Check seat 1.
I have another showdown between Victor and T300 here.
200.
Bet seat 3, 200. Fold seat 4. Fold seat 9.
I think a 10's going to be too good to fold if that's what he's got. Especially with T300 sitting with a nit button.
Great point.
Gives him incentive to bluff.
I think he's probably going to flick in the call here in a moment.
Call.
Throws him his way,
Yeah.
like he knows. He knows that this might not be the winner, and it's a fair call. It just wasn't the right one this time.
Yes. Perfect. All right, guys. She very much. That's the way after any declaration, guys.
Those two having some good battles so far. 1-1 for each of them.
Circle at the same time. She hits the button, and then it will read everything, even the discards.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're trying to get the players to put all of their cards on the scanner at the same time. Getting poker players to follow instructions is a challenge. We'll see how this plays out.
What do you mean, Lottie? I think this is going to go perfect.
Right. Well, you have to keep them away when you discard, but then once you have your new ones, everybody puts them forward.
Just like stay in your seat when you're hand for hands.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Don't
never
go run and
happens.
talk to your buddies.
Never happens. There's always the people that want to get up and still try to look at the other table or tables, ask for forgiveness later.
They just got to start giving penalties.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen someone get a penalty for that.
Yeah.
Have you?
I can't say that I have.
All seat 2,
forgetting
all
to do
seat
that.
3. Raise seat 4, 45. Call seat 5. Call. I'm sorry, call seat 7. Call seat 8.
Mahesh with a convertible jack. Mike with a
Raise
10.
3, 25.
Goes for the 3 bet. This is a rough 10. I think that's why he's gotten so big here. He really wants to end this now. Mahesh could draw one to the 95. And so half position. He'll know if Mike's there already.
All in.
Mahesh will be all in for 350.
Change coming. And a call, seat 9.
Mike pats. Now we break the jack.
I'm sorry, seat 9. Pat.
We do the opposite of Mike with this jack. If Mike pats, we break. If Mike draws, then we pat, because our jack would be a favorite. Jack 9 is awful against the pat, though. So we're drawing one.
Mahesh has not run particularly good thus far. We'll see if he can catch here, assuming he draws one. He might be leaning toward a pat. Oh, no, he's...
Don't do that. Don't pat. What do you want him to turn over if you pat?
One.
Just
draw
flick in
one.
the jack.
One card. Pat 1.
Well, you got the right discard.
Guys,
Jack's discarded.
so just 7.
Scan him.
Can you
Scan him,
the
Mahesh.
cards,
He catches a king. Mike gonna stack him.
Yeah, Mahesh just cannot win
Can't
one
catch a
tonight.
break.
This is yours plus
Last card in the deck.
the rest of the pot.
And draw a single good
Button is
card.
right, guys, and that is my time. Jesse's coming in. He's going to take care before the next 30. Give us just one moment for the switch over, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thank you again. It's been a pleasure.
Can't say Mahesh runs bad at this table, though. He did win several $1,000s just the other day in the PLO tournament.
Oh, wait. Oh, there you go.
He sure did. Second place there. Congrats on that. And we got dealer change. We got Jesse coming in. Jesse's someone that you see in the mixed streets every now and then.
Yeah, yeah, Jesse, a sneaky good player. I believe he's actually won some mixed tournaments in the past.
Yeah.
He may have better knowledge than I. I know one time there was a mixed cash game going on, and I walked by, and he just looked like he had all the chips. He just had piles.
Yeah, even in the limit games, you can have a night like that.
One card I drew an ace, one card I drew a king.
I run like that in
What's
this
up,
game
Jesse?
more than not.
Good, man.
Don't get upset.
King Donkey in chat says, "You ever been steamed up?" That pretty funny handle, King Donkey. I don't know who you're asking, but I think we've all been steamed up at some point. Assuming you're talking about while playing cards.
Jesse, I'm hoping things speed things up a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's a new game.
Yeah.
Caitlin slows things down a little bit, you know, because of everything that's got to happen. I'm not saying she's,
But all big bets. That's all they were playing.
like it's quite a bit slower than when we played.
You know, we always brag about the action here, Lottie. And so a quick story, right before I came into the stream, I was at one of our 1-2 tables waiting for the stream to start, and we had a player show up who was essentially raising every hand to $50 blind and then going all in if you raised him. So I had a first in my poker career. I was all in pre-flop with ace-7 offsuit.
You had to rebuy.
And held versus a mystery garbage hand.
If that was your first all-in with ace-7, I'm guessing you don't play enough tournaments.
Oh, I'm speaking only of cash games. I've certainly, been in with all in with much worse tournaments. Yeah, I've never put 100 blinds in pre-flop with A7.
Eric cheering for his commentary partner, to Aaron of the Dallas Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Watch those on Tuesdays on this very channel. Mike's got a 10.
The ante is
Aaron having a good night so far.
So 125.
Yeah, Eric, I've listened to many hours of you and our friend Aaron.
I'm patting.
Great to have you with us.
Professor showing the ladies.
5 deuces.
5 deuces. I don't have to get rid of a nit button. I don't have to show it. Without.
So Mike takes that one with the 3-bet, and we go on to another hand. Aaron, Bob, Professor, and Mahesh are remaining nits in this nit game. Last player with the nit button's got a splash of money in there. Looks like the 20's on. Looks like the 40's on from Mahesh.
Let's go.
40, I like it.
Yeah, these guys like to splash around. They're not afraid to play a little bit higher stakes.
Don't be too crazy.
Mike with the 10-6 draw in the cutoff. Opens.
Yeah, we're still in this one, but thank you.
Every 30 minutes we're doing the nit button. So then as soon as this one's done, then we do it again.
Or we wait for the timer to go off again. I don't know why we're doing the timer, because I feel like every nit game is going to take 30 minutes. And then we would just like...
We've had a few go too far, but I don't know if it's because she just didn't keep the timer going or what the deal was. But we've had some go several hands past just the deal.
Wow, Bob with the 7 draw with a bonus deuce.
Only because I knew Bob was...
Chooses to call. We could also re-raise. See if either of these straddles wakes up with anything. Mahesh, no, don't do that. Mahesh has to draw 3. I think we're getting the action sorted out now at last. 1, 3, 1 are the draws. Bob by far with the best draw.
So everybody's onto the scanner.
Mahesh bricks.
Bob also bricks. He catches a king. Mike appears to have paired, if this is right. So Bob actually has the best hand. Mahesh, according to this, has a straight.
What do you think Bob does? Looks like he's going bigger. I was going to say, do you block bet in a situation like this? But
in a situation like this, I check and I consider what happens when Mike.
I picked up the good card this time. That's straight.
Well, Mike made the call.
Apparently, he has better than a pair. Apparently, Mike has better than a pair.
I said to that, I'm like, oh. Good card, good card, good card, good card. All right.
Oh, must not have scanned. Yeah, Mike is the winner here.
Yeah.
Too many good cards.
Did you drop one? You had a pair of cards. I did.
Eric shouting out Aaron's infamous. I didn't know that the hoodie, the mustard hoodie, was infamous for Aaron, but it's funny you mentioned that because I don't recall the last time I saw Aaron and he didn't have on the mustard hoodie. So
Because then he'd call
making
and
a
you'd
good
be even
point
more
there.
miserable.
Nice angle.
Thank you.
Pull the 10.
Wow.
Will has things to say about tens. I mean, they're very good. You win all your money with tens.
And the queen's the new
Queen's the new ten. Oh, I gotta give it the program.
Bob here with the Pat 10.
Professor with a slightly better one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This will be interesting. Two reasonably strong hands here. Professor does raise it up. And Bob is going to 3-bet the inferior 10, 10-9.
Haven't heard from the professor in a bit. He is going to make the call. Mike will as well. He's got a Jack-9 that presumably he will be breaking.
Break or not to break? You booking it?
To book or not to book.
You never
Book
know.
would be so wonderful right now. I would love it.
All right. And I'm going to break mine even though I wasn't planning on it just because it's you, Bob, down there. And I think you're due to have a good
I don't
hand.
even know what that means.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
Okay, let's see what these declarations are. Looks like 1-1 Pat,
Thank you.
which they both draw. That's a perfectly good Pat. Did Professor make an 8 and Mike a 9?
You gonna look at me while you're looking at
Is this what's happening right
Oh,
now?
wow.
Little side eye.
Indeed, Mike.
If so, Mike's probably going to end up doubling the Professor up.
Yeah, fortunately for Mike, Professor not super deep, but he's all in.
And he's all in. I don't know if the graphics are right about that chip count. I think we're getting that right. We'll talk through the rules as a reminder in a moment. Mike is raising over Professor. He wants Professor to himself. He wants to try and shut out whatever Bob might have that I guess would be better than a 96. I don't know that a better hand's going to fold to this raise though.
What?
Possibly just a value raise, but indeed it would be. If Bob were
Maybe
to
trying
call.
to get called by a 98. 97. 10-9. I think 10-9 is going to be pretty optimistic to call here.
Yeah, you can see on Bob's
He does
face
make
he
the
didn't
calls.
love his spot. He'll get out of there.
Really? 9-6? Oh my God.
Yeah, 8 versus 9. Bit of a cooler there. So as a reminder for those who might be joining us late, this is the opposite of 5-card draw. Yeah, betting round, drawing round, betting round, showdown, just like 5-card draw, except we want a low hand. We don't want a high hand. Instead of a royal flush being the best hand, it's now the worst hands. Best hand is 7-5-4-3 deuce. Ace is always play high.
Jack 6.
No pair beats a pair. Pair beats 2 pair, and so on. And lowest hand wins. This is no limit betting. Professor getting a chunk of his money back with this double up. Making an 8 at the right time, and 8 of very strong hands. That 9's pretty good too. Just ran into it this time. especially in 96. And we get another bomb pot. If you want one of those hoodies, TexasCardHouse.store. TexasCardHouse.store. I don't know if they sell them in yellow, though. Not anymore.
Yeah, Eric said there's a reason they discontinued that color. I do have to say that would certainly not fit my skin tone, so I don't. I love the new Rays decal sweatshirts that we have.
Yeah, I've seen those. I haven't upgraded the collection lately.
Yeah, that was a little tough. And then I pushed this
Big fan of the suicide there. Where did you get the maker?
I'm not worried about you. I'm worrying about myself.
Bob's crushed, you know that.
So Victor's got 2 pair on the bottom and a pair of aces on the top. Got a set for Aaron on the top board, set of 5s.
Bottom set, 9 high hearts. And does have a bit of a wrap on the bottom. Gutter on the top. Like a little something both ways. Victor, a bit more than a little something. Not that much more, though. Bob has the queen high hearts, so second nut hearts. Likes them well enough.
Victor bets and Aaron's out of there with bottom set. Understandably called by Mike and Bob, so 2 of the rivers.
10 pairs, nobody has a 10 on that bottom board. Up top, Mike and Bob both have the 6-4 straight. So I think they're going to be chopping that. On bottom, I think it's ace-king. Aces and 10s with the king.
Wow, it is.
As we check through.
Flush draw. You had king hearts? I had queen
Jack
high
of
hearts. Oh yeah. Queen high hearts, gut shot, 6 deuce 2 pair.
Yeah, I got ace jack 8.
10 of diamonds up top would have been the best card.
Thank you. Wrong board.
Wrong board.
Big blind there, man.
Straddle.
Back to Deuce-to-Seven.
25. 25. Let's gamble, boys. Come on. 25. Do a round of.
Do a round of Jesse.
Do a round of 25.
Everybody play dark.
Do a round of 25. 525. I'm first.
You'll see me about a horse. I'll be back.
25.
What is that?
Pat 8 for Bob. On the cutoff.
Okay.
Makes it 75.
Hello, Jenny. Good to see you.
Straddle on. AA Ron with a full house. 9's full of 6s. This is a snow candidate. The problem is Bob doesn't have a lot of chips. Like any raise you make here is going to commit Bob, and then you're in real trouble. So Aaron will fold. Professor will call from the straddle.
I check.
Looks like one pat, which means Professor's going to draw dead. And I think he's bricked anyway.
190.
Bob moves all in. And there's the ace. Albert, no, this is no limit Deuce-to-Seven single draw.
Sixes. He didn't have enough chips. I was like, I'll never get this guy to fold. He put 75 out there. He got 9
Praying he hit over there.
I don't know what I can make it. Do I make it?
Yeah, Aaron just lamenting that he didn't get the chance to snow that hand. Like, that was like one of the hands to snow. And Bob didn't have enough chips to be snowable, so Aaron had to fold. That was 9s full of 6s, which I'd say is a pretty nice hand. 6s full of 9s might be more nice. I don't know.
Thank God he didn't have it.
Now you turn him upside down, you get 5 of a kind.
She just got a pat to him. He's raised me.
You're so greedy.
I believe we do have a Big O game next week on this channel. Okay, Albert, so what's the single draw game? So this is the opposite of 5-card draw. Which maybe that's the game that you first played, sitting around the kitchen table. You get 5 cards. We have no limit betting. We have 1 drawing round. So betting round, drawing round, betting round, showdown. We are trying to make the lowest hands rather than the highest one. Royal flush is the worst hand in this game. Best hand is 7-5-4-3 deuce. Straights and flushes are very bad. Aces always play high. We don't really want to have an ace. Mahesh, what the Pat Jack, 3-betting AA Ron on the button. He has 3 to a wheel. 3 is not enough, though. We don't want to be drawing 2.
No! I missed it. He missed it.
Oh, Mahesh forgot to show to lose his nip button.
Mahesh does not show it, so he's stuck with his nip button. We are playing the nickname.
Me earlier.
And it looks like the nickname is down to Aaron versus Mahesh.
So,
bit of a punt there. I don't know how big the splash putt is, but Aaron gets spared there. Yeah, no limit Deuce-to-Seven. I wish it were a bigger game. You don't see it a lot. We do have a game here on Wednesdays, and like these are the faces that you see around that game. It is a game you can win a bracelet in. Out in Vegas during the summer. Like that game shows up at a few venues over the summer. We actually had a Deuce-to-Seven tournament with our Trailblazer tour just last week. A few of our stops this past season had no limit deuce. Dallas had it. The first Austin stop had it. It is a lot of fun. We got to grow the game. Definitely one of the less common variants, though.
How much is it?
Victor's raise gets a flat from Aaron. The only nit who's in this pot, so Aaron could win the nit game this hands. Or I guess Mahesh could lose the nit game this hands. Looks like we're going 4 ways.
Aaron with a good shot at it.
Victor pats the jack. Professor is booking. Mike draws 2.
Oh, and Aaron draws an ace.
Unfortunate.
I'll check.
So Victor stands to win its showdown. See if Aaron decides to bluff it.
The wheels are turning.
Can he get Victor to fold whatever he patted? He decides not.
The top 6 cards from this.
The top 6 cards, that's the whole stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get.
Now you're gonna get
Victor
5.
shows the goods.
Oh, then you
Only one guy can do
get
it.
5 after the first guy takes it.
The first player.
Victor taking this pot.
Only the first person that does it.
You know, that may be the... We've had plenty of people forget to show their nip button, but that may be the first time I've seen it heads up. That's pretty brutal there.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Mahesh, of course. Things like that people forget all the time, but heads up, that's particularly tough.
I've seen it happen 3 ways.
Yeah.
I was part of the hand, actually.
Were you the forgetful
No.
party?
No, I actually won that pot. And then, no, I didn't win the pot. The other person won the pot. They didn't show until somebody suggested that they show, which that's kind of a no-no.
Right, yeah.
And then they showed and lost their button. And then the poker gods decided that the next hand I would stack that person. And the reminder lost the nit game.
Oh, wow.
The double whammy.
Wow.
So
Oh, the
I got them
reminder
both
was
ways.
one of the 3 left.
That's right.
Well, everything about this was messed up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Victor with a convertible 10, 3-bet pot, is in the big blinds. A lot of ways you could go here. I don't think fold is one of them. You could cold call and then break the 10. You could 4-bet and you could break the 10. In fact, if you 4-bet, you have a much easier time breaking the 10 if this hand continues. Not that we really like breaking 10s that much, but this is a wheel draw.
All that shit and you fucking
He
fold?
folds!
Are you serious?
300 gonna have to draw, right? He's,
I'll give you that.
Yeah, he has a pair, so yeah, he does have
No
to.
thought needed.
Does have to draw. I would not advise keeping a pair.
Well, yeah, but he's gonna have to call and
Yeah.
at least draw, right?
Professor has the Pat Jack. See what he caught. Cards are not on the scanner.
Always hit against me.
Looks like he made a 98.
Wow.
And he's going to lead into the Professor. So probably would have just checked back. Now he's got a choice to make.
For most of the Professor's remaining chips, well, a little over half.
And T300 is going to bluff sometimes.
Wow.
He makes the call. And T got.
Another nice spot for T300. Extends his lead. He's up $2,500. Next closest is 365, so it's T300's night.
I might be the fish, but if I'm Victor, I don't think I'm folding that hand. I think I'm probably 4-betting, and I'm planning to break the 10.
That's good. You would have paired your 8.
Because like, if the hand continues, there's a decent chance there's a pat hand behind me. And a 10-7 is not doing great there. But, I mean, does T300 call and draw to the 9 in a 4-bet pot? Probably not.
Right.
Does Professor continue with his Jack 10, his non-convertible Jack? Hell no. So I think raise is a possibility. That said, I did fold 4-card perfect on the bubble last week, but it was the bubble. And in my opinion, none of my opponents at that table were playing bubble poker. And one of them bubbled and not me. I should have bubbled, but I didn't. We have 2 players with 8 draws. Aaron's the better 8 draw.
Come to a conclusion.
Heads up we go. One and one. Aaron and Mahesh.
Nice draw for
Loser
Aaron.
loses the Nick game. Aaron makes the 9, Mahesh the Jack. Mahesh might be on the hook both ways here.
Yeah, really plays against Mahesh, the fact that he's heads up in the nit game with the Jack versus
That's going
Aaron's
to compel him
9-8.
to call. Aaron going to bet into him, 225. Aaron was the opener. Mahesh made a Jack.
Yeah, Mahesh.
He
is
can
just-
beat a bluff.
Yep. He's going to pay it off.
Aaron shows the 9. So Aaron gonna win the pot, win the net game. And I think that's 100 that's getting splashed in there. $5, $10 button ante. This game they choose to use a button ante. I'm not sure why they use a button ante rather than a big blind ante. So the reason they decided in tournaments that it's the big blind ante is because there's always a big blind.
Need a scotch there, Mike?
Which is also the case in cash games, but I think some people have hang-ups about why putting $20 in at once, even though that's not quite the way to think of the ante. Aaron says straddle.
25.
Aaron's straddling 25.
Bobby needs
Unfortunately, he has just 2 cards that are good. Convertible Jack for Professor. Moves all in with this splash pot being a thing. Why not?
Oh, for a moment I thought Victor had 10.
Bob with a 9 draw decides to go all in for less. And we're going to go heads up here, and this will be easy for Professor. Bob's going to draw, Professor's going to pat. Jack is a favorite against the draw 1, so we in position, we just do the opposite of Bob. Bob draws, we pat. Bob pats, we draw. And pray that we're actually live. But 97's usually live.
295.
What am I gonna beat?
Does pat.
So 1 pat. And Bob gets an ace per our graphics. So Professor gonna hold. And
There are a lot of those in this deck, man. I've been drawing them all night.
As Mike contemplates a dinner order. Bar and restaurant here at TCH Social Austin. Las Colinas also has one. Shout out to Las Colinas.
Nice, San Diego.
Some of the best food in North Austin for sure.
Okay.
Especially for the price point.
You go in for the bump up?
Actually met some folks that are restaurant owners near my house up in Leander, and they came here just to eat. Said the food was great. So if you've never been to the club and just want to check it out, have some great food, stop by.
Especially with 100 dead. Especially with 100 dead, I showed it.
Because it's still his button on that spot.
But he's not playing, so so Victor gets to have button twice?
No, it's a dead button this hand.
I know, but I'm saying it's going to move the Victor net.
It's not, it is going to move the Victor net.
So
Now the button doesn't move, it's a dead button.
He didn't want to play.
Mahesh, you're a tournament player, you know how buttons work. And there'd be no ante this hand. Like I just said, like, there's always a big blind. There's not always a button. There's always a big blind.
But it's more about who actually gets the last.
It's the next button, that's all.
It's like
Why would
Victor
you big
still
blind
gets to
again?
exercise, like he's last action for this one. So it wouldn't hurt him for it to go to Mike, right?
Oh, I see. I think they're debating where the bomb pot button goes. Because the bomb pot
No,
button
it would just go in rotation.
You mean you just skip them?
It's like this is Victor's bomb pot, but
You just skip it.
I checked Dar.
because he still gets the button.
To me, it depends on whether Bob's coming back.
And 2 of those
Nut diamonds for T300. Both boards.
Mahesh has an 8.
So then just give it to Mike.
Mike has the other 8.
that's how good the count.
The 9 pairs on top. Diamonds show up on the bottom.
Mahesh
And that
fills
fills
up.
Mahesh. T300 with the flush. Nobody has a 9. Nobody has a set. Mahesh makes it 200. This could end the hands.
The reason why it should go to Victor, though, and not go to Mike, is because if you're penalizing...
And just gets it through. Killian suggests that there's still an ante. As whoever's the effective button. I don't know that that's the rule in this game. And again, I basically don't play with button nannies because I'm a tournament guy.
And then I was going to get 3 McAllens with you as well.
Aaron running off to order something.
Did you put it in on Mike's tab or something?
No, I just didn't charge you yet. I was gonna charge you.
Gotcha. Oh, perfect.
A little insight into Aaron getting tabs straight. Didn't take the mic off.
Wait, we could get that sorted out. Yeah, these mics are live.
He just had to charge me.
I always say first rule of broadcasting and first rule of politics, every microphone is live. That's a deep try for Castellanos. That'll be a 4-0 ball game.
Pester with the 10-7 here.
This would be an example of a 10 that we are not looking to break because it does have a gut shot, which does take away 4 of your outs. Mahesh drawing 2. We're really not breaking a 10 because we're a significant favorite against the draw 2. Mahesh ends up with a queen.
Thank you. 1 to that man and 1 to this man.
Thank you.
Mahesh checks. Professor makes it 100.
Cheers, Mike.
Mahesh
Back at you, buddy.
gonna call. Professor can have some bluffs there. Like against the draw 2, he might say, actually, we're gonna snow. Because what are the chances he makes anything?
No.
Or do you feel bored as shit?
Professor gonna win that one.
I only really drink when
Making a bit of a comeback. Was down to about 335, I believe, a minute ago, and now cracking 1K.
And Bob's back.
Find a home for them.
Yeah.
I'm adopting.
So
I will take donations.
So T300, our big winner.
I feel different.
Getting it done in the bomb pods, getting it done in Deuce-to-Seven as well.
But it does feel good that I was able to.
Hey, Aaron, also a nice winner. Victor's got a win going. Still plenty of poker left to be played. A little bit more than an hour on stream. Ooh, does Mike ever have a draw? Mike has 4 to a wheel the right way. 7-5-4 deuce. No straight draw to worry about here. T300 would be drawing 2. Does not want any part of that. And
Ace Jack in the value game?
Professor with a pat 10 on the straddle.
Dude,
Not
Ace Jack
convertible.
is pure value.
We don't want to draw to a 9-8.
The only hands I make anything is where I bluff or bluff catch. Like I can't.
So Pat 1. And Mike's going to miss.
I had checked. I checked.
Check, check.
Yeah, thank God, dude. I'm literally at 9 full 6.
10 gonna win.
I just wish I had 1,000 and you tried to do something.
Yeah, I would have. You made it 75, and I think I was in the small blind, or maybe I was.
He was in the straddle.
So maybe I was on the small. I don't know. Either way, I was 3x.
Did Mike consider bluffing there when check 2 in that spot? I mean, it seems like your opponent's shown at least some level of weakness.
We got to go for some pressure if we're going to do that.
Still think you have enough to fold.
Like usually the call Pat is going to be weaker, but we sprinkle in a few nuts in there, planning to check raise. We got to really ratchet up the pressure. The question is, will Professor fold to any bet?
I'm really glad it worked out the way it did.
Hit game back on.
Hey, you still won the hand.
Still my hand. I should have just jammed it all in there.
So about another hour on stream. If they want to keep playing after the cameras go off, they're free to do that. We stream for another hour.
I would have owed you $20 from props.
The real question is if there's a seat open after the stream, will William Lottie make an appearance?
I think I do.
Yeah, I figured you couldn't resist.
I think I played for a bit. Professor with an 8 draw. T300 with a pat 10. Is Mike booking? Hey, what's Mike doing here? Mike's booking.
So much respect on that.
Professor's gonna miss. Mike gets 4 really good cards, and then he gets a queen. So the 10 gonna hold on for T300.
Sure. Does it have to be my worst card?
Whatever you want to play, Mike.
Some nights poker's easy. That night is tonight for T300.
Can he stand the heat though? Mike decides to bluff at it.
White chip.
Big bet.
Mike, come on.
Over betting the pot. And he's going to fold.
And you don't call a book?
Not for that size. Gary.
He gets it through.
Hey, Diego. Was
Nice
the
bluff
hand
by
you
Mike.
had with the jack,
Bluff
was
gets
that the
through.
spot on hand, or was that the hand after the spot?
Oh my
But he didn't show his card. He didn't show his cards.
We're gonna stay with a button
Yeah, I
after
guess
you
I can
win.
see it later.
Yes.
So Mike
The one time I
continues
went
to have the
down.
knit button.
Mike is always
Great
just playing
job,
2 knit
Mikey.
buttons, like every time.
Never
I see you
mind
are,
the graphics. Mike has a knit button because Mike did not show his cards.
I think Mike
Bad
may have
fold?
been relishing in the bluff. He had just got
Bad
through
fold?
and forgot about the knit game. Fortunately for him,
Shitty
it's at the
fan.
very beginning. Still plenty of time to lose it.
I'm either way beat or way by.
So
Way
Bob
ahead.
with a flush. If we were paying
Yeah,
5-card
it goes
draw, this would be great. We're
It's
not.
kinda
So
over. You're either way
there's
ahead, like
things.
He either has like,
infinitely ahead.
either has like an 8 there or I'm dead. Or he paired.
4 more clubs in Aaron's hands.
I see him go like this, and I was like, Jesse, hurry.
Aaron gonna raise 7 draw with the gutter.
Okay, back to my question. Was the Pat Jack hand, was that the splash pot hand?
And 9 of the 13 clubs in 2 players' hands.
Couple more for Victor.
Come and play Diego with this thing.
Dude, I got dealt a flush.
Victor gonna show the garbage.
Not in this
Get flush?
No.
Aaron
Nope,
shows
so
the
we're all
cards,
black.
gets rid of his knit
All
button.
black.
Aaron's not the fish.
Why, Bob?
And a gut shot to a 7 high screen.
game. I'm just, trying to talk myself into my plays and some super fun.
The ace jack call. Oh.
What were you drawing to?
9.
9?
Diego, you think what would be fun? Under the gun.
Live? Let's do it.
That would be fun.
Is it a new game you invented or what?
Yamaha.
On the
Yamaha
next
under the
game,
gun.
Fun Under the Gun.
Oh, fun under the gun.
So Under the Gun chooses the game after they look at 3 cards only
Okay.
from like 6 or 7 games.
Yeah.
That would be pretty fun.
Aaron has a
Let's do
snow
it.
candidate.
But just
6s
that
and
game.
3s with a
Just
9.
Yeah, just Yamaha.
Yep. That would be a good game.
We haven't seen a lot of hands played as a straight up snow tonight. Maybe I'm the only one who does that.
I believe it was Victor earlier.
Yeah,
but,
Victor
yeah,
did.
this would be just the second.
And we have a bunch of calls. More than Aaron would have liked. Mike is drawing all of the cards. And now Aaron has, if he was going to snow, he's aborted and he's going to draw 2. Mahesh is going to draw 1 to a 10. And Professor draws 1 to the 8. The Jack's a favorite against the draw 1, but against 3 players, like, it's unlikely to hold up. Mike makes a 9.
Under the gun. Okay? Under the gun pick. If he doesn't win it, he pays everybody.
I think that's the only hand that's actually really made anything of consequence. Mike makes a 9. So he takes the full book. So in this game, this is not normal Deuce. In this game, the first player to draw 5 gets a 6th card. Of course, the computer can only handle 9, so he gives 1 back to the dealer, the one he doesn't want.
Wow, and he'll go huge.
If I hit.
From a book to a 9.
I've already announced I'm showing either one.
Alright, I hit him.
Does Professor want a bluff catch with this queen?
Hey, you're on TV.
Here. Take this. What?
Well, he's showing us what he was drawing at.
Is it pretty? Is it got a lot of paint on it?
Be the greatest slow roll ever.
He's going to show the last card. Now, see Mike's reaction.
Mike was bluffing the last time he overbet. Not in this case.
This is the fun of Deuce-to-Seven. You look at the guy, you try and read him. This is why we play.
Like a hero call, like Rob.
You gotta look into his soul first. You gotta figure it out.
He's got no soul.
I'm zipping my. I know I'm zipping up my soul. Nobody can look into my
Mahesh
soul.
has a big soul.
Oh, look at his watch.
Man's got a big
Look at his watch. See his copy.
Alright, let me see.
See, my trick is not have a soul.
I hate holding this to stupid book.
When I show it, you're just gonna get
He lets it go. I think Mike's going to show it this time.
Oh my god.
Books of 70.
Look at the 7.
Somebody was supposed to think I was just
So glad I
pulling
didn't
somebody's leg on that.
Hey Diego, that would have been a bad call.
So glad I didn't hit.
I was like, oh
If
my
I hit
God.
8,
Garrett's at 76.
Yeah, I think maybe
That would be a heck of a
Fuck, if
ball.
you make your 8, you might even jam.
Like,
Although it's 450
maybe like
or
maybe so
500
they gave him
whatever,
6
I don't
cards.
know.
Maybe the high one was the
Even
9
if
and he
you
made it
did-
76.
Possibly.
But the
Yeah.
9's what got picked up on the scanner.
Nice hand, Mike. Nice hand.
That would really
Strong
be
book.
something if he ended up making a 7.
Fucking number 2 or
Book
something.
to 7?
Number 2, yeah.
Shit.
Had to throw away at 9.
Even making the 9 after drawing 5 is amazing.
we got food. I think it's over here.
That's Mike.
Ask me.
Have you had those before?
Which?
The pork belly?
Yeah.
Good?
They are good.
Well, obviously, if you real.
He's like, this sucks shit.
Oh,
The pork belly sliders. I have not had them, but I have seen them and smelled them, and they look and smell amazing.
Wow. Mike, if I hit my 8,
Are those waffle fries I see?
I'm probably shoving
I
all
believe so.
I don't know. I couldn't say all.
Is that something you fancy?
I like waffle fries.
I call.
Like a good waffle fry, time
I
to
wonder
time.
what was the card you threw away. I wonder what the card
Personally,
was
I'm a
that you
curly
threw
fry
away.
guy.
A 9.
A 9. Wow.
I love
look at
curly
that.
fries.
That's a
Seasoned
rarer.
ones.
It's rarer to see curly fries. I'm a curly fry guy too. Let us know in the chat how do you like your fries.
Man, like, what
Yeah,
the fuck
it's
is
a great question. I just like the seasoning that you usually get on curly fries. How come they don't put that seasoning on just regular fries? I wonder.
Yeah.
You check the 9.
Yes.
When I lived
Gotta
in
lay in the
Seattle,
weeds,
there was
man.
this one food truck.
That's good.
They had the best garlic parmesan fries.
Oh, I love garlic parmesan. fries.
That's another way to go with your French fry.
There's no chance I wouldn't love those fries.
One thing I miss about Seattle, that food truck.
Oh. Thank God I fucking found more high cards in the deck.
You have a favorite Austin food truck?
I haven't checked out any food trucks. Like, I live in one of the suburbs where that's not really a thing. If I spent more time in town, I'm sure I'd fall in love with one.
Some of the best Mexican food I've had in the area is a food truck next to a car wash near where I live.
I believe it. And those food trucks can be sneaky good. Onto a bomb pot. Bob wishing this was Deuce because he had a really great 8 draw. Not going to be so great in a bomb pot. And he would have collided with Aaron. Why can't we just play Deuce the whole time?
Oh.
Like that could be all in. Like that could
Especially
actually
wasn't
get all in
happening,
free,
so-
and they're both drawing to monsters.
It stayed there.
That could have really escalated. Reverend
10.
predicting that Aaron's going to have to settle for seconds, but you know what? Hey, we got another hour. It only takes one.
Yeah, Aaron really picking his spots.
Still better to be in
carefully.
position than
Really
fucking
hasn't lost
small
any
blind.
meaningful pots.
Like you can have 2 big hands collide. Or you can have the 2 big stacks collide with big hands. I've had sessions like that. Or there'd be like two of us who we'd have big stacks. We would avoid each other until the end, and then it explodes. We have boat over boat situation here, I believe. No, we don't. Nobody has the 9. Jack's full, and then the boat on the other side is C300. He has 10s full of 7s. So Mike has trip 10s, is going to need a queen. Also has an open-ender on top that is useless.
Yeah, Mike in a bit of trouble here.
And he's calling T300 with second boat.
Wow.
No way. Makes the folds. Folds the one-way hands. King is an ace on the end, so Mike getting bailed out by that folds. His trips are going to be good if he can get to showdown. Professor all in for the remaining funds.
Very interesting fold if T300 indeed had the 10-7, because the 9 blockers are on the top board. You're really not afraid of
there's only
much.
one 9. You're only getting scooped by 10-9. There's only one 9 left.
There's only one combo that beats you.
That said, you are going to be concerned about any over that might appear on that bottom board. And you really don't have a path to win on the top. It looks like Mike does make the call. And they will chop. And actually, T300... No, the graphic, no, he folded. We saw him fold. These graphics can't be
Pretty sure he walked away.
Yeah, they chop. Mike and Professor chop. We watched T300 fold.
Folded 10-7. I don't know if I can call river.
You see this felt advertising hijack poker available in the state of Texas. Play some online poker. I hear they even have PLO 8 now. See if I can find the hijack one. That one?
Yeah. There we go.
April 12th to the 18th, playing hour day, receive 25% off your time charges. That is this week.
In fact, final table to tournament on Hijack this afternoon.
Nice. I got to get on there again.
Yeah.
Hijackpoker.com for more details. Deposit and cash out at any of the 6 TCH locations.
Super
Austin,
easy.
Dallas Springs, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, Las Colinas. That's a weird order that I just gave.
Yeah, it's very
Let's try that
easy.
again. Austin, Spring, Rio Grande Valley, Dallas, Las Colinas, Houston. Let's try that. Let's try that order. That's the order that they opened. If we say that, so Austin was the original TCH, not this building. That was like 2 buildings ago, but Austin was first. And then what we call the Spring location, then RGV, then Dallas, and then I believe Las Colinas came before Houston.
I did not know RGB was pre-Dallas. That's interesting.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my memory, RGB came first, I think. I remember when Texas Card House was a little shack in South Austin.
Oh, wow.
And that was the entire Texas poker industry, that one little building. Look where we are now.
How things
This is the nicest poker room I've been in.
Really gorgeous.
Do it.
Mahesh padding and moving all in on Professor, who does make the 10. Mahesh on a bluff.
Don't think this is going to get through.
How much?
We didn't get a
How much? Only have to be right about a third of the time. Pot size bet. Mahesh is an opponent capable of aggression. I think we call. That said, your Professor's gotten roughed up a couple times tonight. Sometimes that gets to you a little bit. Makes the call. Professor gets the double, well, not the double. He stacks Mahesh and does also relinquish the knit button. And then there were 3. Bob, Mahesh, and T300 are remaining knits. Last player with a knit button does have to splash $100 into the next pot.
Hesh really trying not to go back-to-back knit games, being the last man standing, which of course is not good in this particular game.
And I think that might have influenced the bluff a little bit too.
Yeah.
That is an interesting line to take to pat that and bluff that.
Actually, blue cheese is not that bad without honey mustard.
Blue cheese and honey mustard doesn't really go
I like it better if we have a pair instead of an ace.
You order top salad, blue cheese and honey mustard.
If we have a pair of tens, at least it's harder for our opponents to catch anything or have had anything. I see the blockers as tipping the scales more than dictating what we do, but like if I'm going to have some amount of bluffs, I want that some amount to be the ones that have the blockers.
I think that's a great point. Blockers should be the thing that tips the scale, not the thing that makes the determination. I think it can be overused.
Mike probably has a 9 draw. Victor definitely has a 9 made. And never mind the graphics. We see Victor with a 3-bet. Graphics will catch up. This is definitely a 3-bet from Victor, and Mike will call. We'll go heads up. We'll see how many cards Mike takes. Looks like one pat. Looks like Mike paired. This is, yeah.
I think we're good.
He would have paired.
Pretty sure, because one would have to sit out.
If he had a queen, he's pitching the queen if he's drawing. He's not drawing a queen. And he check folds.
Nice spot there for Victor.
Victor collects another one. Victor up 630 now.
Good, man.
As we're in the final hour from TCH Social Austin. 5-10, no limit, Deuce-to-Seven Single Draw. William Waddy, Kyle Frisbee with you. Kristen pressing the buttons. Jesse in the box. I think Cooper pressing some buttons remotely as well. We got a lot of buttons.
I didn't hit my hand.
Mike opens it up.
65.
This feels like I want to lose the knit button. Professor with a pat jack on the straddle, gonna call. Stands pat. Mike gonna have to draw 2 to a 9-8-6. Suboptimal spot he finds himself in. Especially when Professor doesn't have a knit button. Professor makes it 100. Mike ends up with just a king.
Jack. He sucks at drawing cards. So.
He's like you.
And yeah,
Deuce-to-Seven Single Draw. You know the game?
He's getting worse than me.
Oh, okay.
You saw me pull a book. That was 7.
Dude, that was the third draw of the pickle. Yeah, we're only playing the third draw. Once it open, once it open. No.
I wish I had made one, but I 525. I wish I could give him mine.
925?
9 draw for Mike. This will be a bit better.
Big draw for Victor as well.
Yeah, the 5-4-3-2.
Just 75.
Mahesh getting in there with a 10 draw.
You fold, I can fold too.
Feels like 1-1-1.
Could be very interesting.
See if we can get 2 players to catch. It doesn't happen often tonight.
No high payers. Just a bunch of highs.
Jack and a
10 for Mahesh. Jack for Mike. Victor, the worst of it with queen perfect.
Finally, Mahesh with the best hand.
Queen.
Check, check, check.
10. Queen jack 10.
Mahesh gets rid of the knit button.
Get rid of that.
Good hand, Mahesh.
When we say perfect, we mean like whatever it is, and then like 5, 4, 3, 2s. So queen perfect, queen 5, 4, 3, 2s. That's the best queen that is possible. So you hear the word perfect in these games sometimes. That's what we mean.
If I open there, you kind of gotta try
can't play some defense.
And there were 2. Bob and T300 heads up to
Due for
avoid paying the knit
Are you
tax.
another 7?
$100 splash pot.
I didn't ask for a 7. I'll take a 7 for sure. Though a 7 would be nice. I'll ask for it now. 7.
I just felt like a jack. I just want a jack.
If you've got any questions about this game, feel free to ask in the chat. We are happy to discuss this game.
This isn't anywhere close to any of it.
The opposite of 5-card draw.
I can fold.
We're going for low hands. We are not going for royal flushes.
Aaron folds queen 10, 6, 3 deuce.
Yeah, you can do that.
So close, right?
Yeah. We see Mahesh waking up with a 95 draw, so he's going to raise and take it.
That's what I was just thinking. I almost hope you.
25? There you go. Let's
20.
go. 20. Come on, bro.
Now I have to make a
Huge
decision.
difference between 40 and 50. Come in.
It's for fun. I know, but I'm in the knit game. This is
This is a strategy.
Metagame.
meta game of the game.
5, 20.
Come on.
Now I can defend, I can bluff, I got everything.
Get another hand dealt out here. Bob and T300 still heads up in the
Sure
net
I
game.
have to on that one. Pretty sure I have to.
8 draw for Aaron. Makes it 85. Bob gonna defend the straddle. Pretty raggedy draw here. Rough 9 with a gutter.
He's just trying to avoid losing the knit game.
Yeah, this is probably net game motivated. I agree. Bob gonna draw 1. So is Aaron. Not a great draw for Bob. He could draw and make second best. He's gonna make top pair, which is second worst. Like a gutter, hitting the gutter would have been worse. But Aaron with an ace. Best hands if we get to showdown. Bob might lead into him though. Bob does lead into him. Almost full pot, 175.
A lot of these in this deck.
Aaron lets it go.
Wow.
Bob shows.
Oh.
Bob does not lose the nick game. T300
Nice hand.
gonna be the one doing the splashing here.
Call?
He can afford it. He's the big winner on the night.
For you.
$100
What do you want me to
splash
do?
pot.
Wait one hand or?
Yeah. Just put it in there.
Not for
Yeah. No, wait for the Deuce-to-Seven.
wait for a deuce to
It should be a Deuce-to-Seven.
Yeah.
Seven.
Okay, we have a bomb pot, so we're gonna have to hold on that splash. The splash will happen when we go back to deuce. We're back to yet another bomb pot.
It's just infinite already. Like,
As a reminder, this is PLO 5 that we're playing. Double board PLO 5 on the bomb pot. So PLO high, but with 5 cards. These guys will often off-stream to Big O Ultimate High Low.
nice bet,
Stream
Bob.
can't do that, unfortunately, so PLO 5 it is.
Can't do anything. But I was drawing. That was my best draw all night. 8-5.
I mean, I have to just hope you drop.
A lot of diamonds. A lot of kings.
Yeah, yeah.
Nut flush for Victor. Big flop for him. He'll be taking half the pot if the
Jack's
top
full
pair
for Bob.
board does not pair.
Jack's full for Bob, so the blinds with the best hands, it seems.
Ooh, and T300 is flopped.
Queen high diamonds just casually folds. And the open ends are on the bottom. What does Mahesh have that he calls with ace king? He's got trip kings. And he's got sixes and deuces.
Oh, and Jack's
now he's got a
full for
straight.
Bob.
Yeah, Bob flopped the Jack's full, and now Mahesh turns a straight, which is not going to beat the flush. And Mike with the club flush on bottom, that's no good. Also, Mike with the 8 high straight, that's no good. He has 2 hands that look good, except they're not.
Yeah.
So Victor makes it 310. Bob calls. Mahesh just blasted in there. Mahesh, I believe.
Oh, he does have kings full. So
yeah. Oh yeah, the deuce. He spiked the deuce. King's full. Boat over boat. It's Bob who's in trouble, not Mahesh.
Bob in a lot of trouble here.
Victor in there. Victor gonna pray that there's no pair on the top board.
Biggest spot of the night, almost 3,200.
He is fading his 6.
You have straight flush?
No, Jack's full and 3. I folded.
Do you have a straight flush? No, this isn't that kind of show. It's not quite that crazy.
Your king suits or something?
So, 3-way all in. We're going to get the main pot right. We're going to get the side pot right.
So I'm getting chopped up.
We're going to have a run out.
Unless you find a jack.
I think Bob needs the case jack to not get scooped.
No more action.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Bob hits the 1-outer! And Mahesh spiking the 6. We spoke both of those into existence, didn't we? Oh my God, poor Victor. Poor Victor. Poor Victor.
King's full. It's done.
Wow.
Wow. Poor Mahesh.
Wow.
Well, when Mahesh swaps boats, is really what he does. He gets the
river cards.
I had a few more out
He doesn't get the king's full. He gets the 6 full though.
For a moment, I just thought everything has gone against Mahesh tonight, but he gets.
Those are twin 1-outers, weren't they? Like, was there another 6?
Yes, he's here, boys.
Was there another 6?
Not.
I don't think so.
Either 1-outer, 2-outer, or 1-outer, 1-outer.
If I didn't hit the 6 and he hit the jack.
Oh my God! What a run out! Oh my God!
I folded a royal draw. Fuck all up here. Okay. That would have been real.
Unbelievable. Wow. I can't recall a bomb pot switching up on both river cards like that with 1-outers. Mahesh with a smile on his face for the first time tonight.
Something finally goes his way.
You're a fish, but you got off the hook.
I am a fish. We all know that.
He spikes the 6, and then unfortunately gets 1-outed.
Yeah, nearly scooped.
Almost
3K bomb pot. That would have been.
Just had to fade the 1-out.
Just because you've seen me do it.
Bob hitting the 1-outer.
But it's happening.
And you asked.
So they chop up Victor.
I know.
Back
I
to
was
Deuce.
like, Bob's gonna have the straight flush here.
About that $100 splash pot. That's a thing. Do we still care about that?
Yeah.
And Aaron says he was
seems a
expecting
lot
to see
less
a straight
exciting.
flush. Isaac reminding us about the other channel, the secondary channel, Texas Card House. And yes, that channel will often have a stream going on. Sounds like they're going to have some No Limit Hold'em. I'm guessing from RDV, that's Isaac reminding us.
I would have been gone.
But give that channel a sub as well.
No, I understand.
If you're sub to this channel, you're watching this channel, you clearly enjoy poker. We have even more of it on the second channel, Texas Card House. And Mike with the convertible jack on the button. Victor moves all in with a 10 draw. Bob has an 8 draw. If the graphic will pop itself.
What do you have, 300?
495.
Did no way Mike moved to all in? I don't. Did Mike just rip $900 in the middle?
I believe he did. 2 calls.
Oh yeah, we are 3 ways well in. Mike with the convertible
rails.
jack. Victor has a 10 draw. Bob has an 8 draw. Encore, yeah, that was a wild ride. That was absolutely a wild ride for Mahesh.
This guy's place.
Oh, it take 2.
Yeah, for about 2 seconds there, he was scooping.
Bob never takes 2.
Bob's drawing 2. I don't know that he actually has an 8 draw.
What do we got to beat?
Jack?
Well, Victor's taking 2. Bob's taking 1.
So many cards.
Looking at a Jack 8, 7, 5, 3 right.
Victor makes 9 perfect according to our graphics.
For the side pot.
I got a middle.
9 perfects confirmed for Victor.
Wow.
And I believe Victor wins everything.
Oh my god.
Who had more chips?
Is there
I had a 10.
maybe a side pot going to Mike?
When Bob shot, I had to throw away my 10. I wasn't going to draw to a 10.
Okay, so yeah, there was a side pot between Bob and Mike apparently. And so Mike wins that.
You guys have fun.
Taking off?
Yep.
Bob's done.
Buddy. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, not Bob's night.
Apart from the 1-outer.
Yeah, that's true. Fair point.
That
Yeah,
aside,
I think
he
if
used
you
to
hit
blow
a
up on that
1-outer.
1-outer. Bam at Vegas, great to see you here. Deuce-to-Seven Single Draw. We've got about another half hour on stream of Deuce-to-Seven. If you missed any of it though, go back, watch this video from the beginning on our YouTube channel. And if you all enjoy this, hit the like button. I really want to do more of these. I want to get to play on one of these
or
months.
something?
Well, you have a seat open for post
He
stream
was
now.
going to draw to a 10.
I think somebody expressed interest in being an alternate. And Aaron explaining that somebody was going to draw to a 10, rerouted when all hell broke loose.
Yeah, if you just joined us or somehow missed it, hand 71 or 2, was it 70?
71 was the bomb
71.
pot. It was quite the run out.
It
That's
is
what we're going to say.
Certainly worth your time to go back and check it out.
Of all the run outs I've seen, that was definitely one of them. Mike with a convertible jack. I feel like I've said those words before.
See Anchor in chat on to root on his dad Mahesh.
So we just roll with these 6 or what?
Anchor, I also saw you rooting on your dad
Well, I
in the
think we don't even
PLO
have
final
that. 'Cause we
table.
played
So
till
good to have you
9:45,
back.
right? Like with the delay.
If I didn't have a gutter, I would have called.
Yeah, Bob's money just got disappeared in one hand.
Oh, there was that cat. Oh, he's over there playing the 5-5.
Okay. So, looks like the Nick game's going to come back on.
Or we can just play 600 for the next 30 minutes.
I'm fine with that. But whatever you want to do, Mike.
I don't think anyone
Somebody comes in and then they triple up in 45
30
minutes.
minutes. And we all fucking
Let's just keep.
Yeah.
We got stacked by Mike.
I think we'll be 6-handed for a bit. Don't know that we're going to get an alternate.
That was a nice triple up, Victor.
Now he's hiding his green chip.
My trick.
That bomb pot miracle was for only half the pot. It is a little bit less dramatic. It's not like he scoops. It wasn't monetarily. It wasn't that big of a miracle. Card wise, it's definitely a big miracle to hit a 1-outer. Victor is rebetting with his 96 draw over some fairly loose opens. I think Mike has ideas of booking. Bama Vegas is it only 7-handed? Yeah, this is a 7-handed game, and We're on a 15-minute delay, so like in real time as we're talking, there's like 15 minutes of stream left out there. Don't think you get here from Kyle in time. The game does continue if the players want to off stream. I don't know if they're going to or if the game's going to just die. We have a few draw ones here. And Mahesh appears to have a jack, which is no good. Victor with a 96. Good news for Mahesh is the hand isn't that good. So he's unlikely to be on the hook for piles of money. He is probably on the hook for a river call, though. Checks over to Victor, who will surely bet a 96. This is the second best 9 there is. This is like the 20 of nuts.
Careful with your cards, man.
Which is actually pretty good in this game. 175 the bet from Victor. Aaron with a king. Is Aaron considering taking the bullet for Mahesh? No, he folds. Mahesh does call. Gonna see the bad news. Victor with a 96. Gonna let go of his knit button.
Victor heating up a bit of late.
Bro, did you find that crazy pineapple, dude?
This game does happen on Wednesdays. Usually starts in the afternoon. Semi-private game. Of course, if TCH will spread anything if you got enough people who want to play. Like if you want to try and get a public Deuce-to-Seven list going, nothing is stopping you from doing that.
Buy you a drink.
We play far dumber here. Glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, thanks very much, Bama Vegas.
Best thing you all can do if you're enjoying this Deuce-to-Seven action, hit the like button. We want to get them to let us do more of Deuce-to-Seven shows. I'm impressed how many people are watching. Even if it's like a once a month thing or like every other month thing, like I want to do more of these. Maybe I get to play on stream one of these months.
Should have seen him in that tournament. That tournament, I busted him, and then he just couldn't miss. It was like every hand he won. It was unreal. Just don't see that in this game. You know, it's like one after another.
Jack 8. 300 with a nice draw.
Like 3 sevens in
an orbit.
Yeah, it was like crazy.
Oh,
Mahesh caught
we
some
already
paint.
drew.
Yeah, they drew, and we didn't pick up what Mahesh's card was. It was a paint card of some kinds. And whatever it was, he wasn't going to be able to beat Jack 8. Hopefully we have inspired some people to give No Limit Deuce a try tonight. Certainly hope you give that some thought. Victor, yeah, well, he wasn't at the table. That's a terrible draw. 7-6-5-4. That's an open ender. That's not a 7 draw. That's a fold. Horse no. Bama's going to play the Deuce-to-Seven triple draw of the series. So am I. Mike has
finally can take a piss. I've been in the Nick game for like an hour and a half.
Mahesh going to draw one to the jack. Professor's going to book it. And Mike has a straight. So
Mike, book, please. 7.
We're going to draw one. We pitch the 9. And
Professor draws trips.
Yeah, Mike with a pair of 8s looks best. First player to bet wins, and it looks like Mahesh has bet. Pair of jacks somehow not the worst hands. I love the bluff though.
Hold on.
I actually love that as a bluff.
I brought pair of
You ready?
jacks.
2 to go. You ready? You ready? You ready?
I brought a pair of jacks.
He will take it down.
God.
Does not forget to show this time.
Or did he show all 5?
Did he
I don't
only
know
show
that he
2?
showed all 5.
Oh, nobody said anything yet.
You got to show all your cards. He still has that knit button.
He sure does.
Oh.
It's too late now.
No, that's true. You didn't show your whole hand there.
There we go. See, Kristen picking up the mic. I think they are going to stay six-handed for the remaining time we've got. And my triple draw tournament last year was going great until it stopped going great. Like I just stopped being able to make hands, and that's a recipe for disaster in that game. You have to make hands, especially at the tables that I had, where people did not like to fold. You had to make hands.
45.
But you know what though? You want to play with some of the bigger names in poker. Like they show up to those 1500 mixed tournaments.
Yeah, it seems like when I see on social media or something like that, there's always some kind of legends of the game, if you will, in those mixed game, smaller buy-in tournaments.
The first time I was in Nick Reiner's vlog, I was on his left in the 1500 No Limit Deuce.
Oh, very cool. So what was that experience like playing with him?
I only played one pot with him, and he won. It was like a dopey blind versus blinds where Mario, he drew better than I did. Professor drew well here. Professor made a 97. Aaron is going to say whatever. Yeah, the 97 is considerably better than that king.
And everything over the hole.
What about just in general at the table? Was he as chatty as you'd be led to believe on TV?
Yeah, he's somewhat chatty. And like I was having a conversation that did provoke him a little bit. So there was another player at the table, somebody I know who's a mixed game guy, pretty accomplished mixed game guy. We were discussing the chicken options around town. And Negranu is very, very vegan.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there were some remarks. And I did not fire back at him. Like I certainly could have if I wanted to, but you know, I definitely have some snarky things I could say. But you know, it's each their own. If veganism's your thing, that's totally cool. But if you're gonna be a jerk about it, then you know,
right.
Don't be a jerk about whatever your beliefs are. Don't be a jerk about it. That's all I ask. Let's just not be jerks to each other, and that makes for a better life. This would have been a good hand in deuce for Aaron, like a 98, as it is. He's got a bunch of straight and flush draws. Not that the flush is any good.
Mike with Broadway on the bottom.
Mike does have Broadway on the bottom. Kings and tens for two other players. And does that make a straight for anybody? 5-4 for Mahesh. I think Mahesh has the top. I don't think anyone's got a boat.
Aaron has a deuce, no friend.
Mike. No,
he does have a friend. Yes, deuce 8. Deuce 9, excuse me.
Well, is there a 9 on the board? The graphic is...
Oh.
I don't know.
Apologies.
That might be a 9. He might actually have the deuce 9.
Not the boat you prefer to have.
160 for Mike. I think he has a boat. And Aaron calls, and Mahesh raises. And then everybody wonders why they put money in with the second best hand. So Mike has the nuts on bottom. The problem is it is a straight, and it is fairly easy for somebody to have the same straight as you and be quartering you. He is going to stick some money in. We think he has deuces full of 9s, which is like an underboat, but an underboat will win sometimes. And Aaron, same situation. Aaron lets it go. Mahesh calls. Choppity chop.
But not a big boat. Like Jack. You saw that. Man, I thought you had me at least.
Same boat.
Oh, we had a
And nothing.
three-quarter situation here.
So I was getting quartered.
Yeah, the Deuce-9.
Yeah. It's always especially frustrating to be three-quartered with a boat. You certainly expect it to happen at a higher frequency with straights.
And we get back to deuce.
Even with all the drawing, looks like we're going to get to around 90-ish hands, about the same as we do with the Hold'em stream. A lot more moving parts in this game.
Victor with the 8 perfect draw, easily the best draw. I'm not sure that any of the other players know what game we're playing. We're trying to make low hands.
Hesh is going to draw 3.
Victor converts with the 98, which is going to be the best hand. T300 booked into 4 to a 7. Unfortunately, a bonus 7 for him.
So close.
We think.
Oh no! It looks like
we don't know. So we don't know what 5 of the 6 cards the scanner picked up with this book rule,
650.
which is not a normal rule. Victor made it 175. T300 may have better than a pair of 7s he has raised.
I think he has the 7-6.
Very possible.
Must be an extra card in there, and he discarded one of the 7s.
3.
Victor's hand's pretty good against somebody who dumped his entire hands. But is it good enough to call with, especially when we don't have net game considerations?
Let's it go.
What was it?
That
He's
win
not
will
going to
get
show.
T300 up over 3K.
Troy goes into his trance.
I love the idea that he actually bluffed.
If he had this second 7. Or
Yeah, like that is where you could consider a bluff. On to the next hands.
3 left in the net game. Of course, that's still half the field, down to 6.
Aaron, Mahesh, and Mike are 3 nits.
have number 2 earlier when you booked?
No, number 4.
Victor with a pat 10.
7, 6, 5, 4 deuce.
Aaron with a convertible jack has position on Victor.
I've been told happens out there from time to time by Mr. Aaron.
In position, closing the action. I call and I do the opposite of Victor.
Same hand.
Maybe Aaron tries to take it a bit sooner than that with a 3-bet. He does call. This goes Pat 1.
Well, I guess I have number 4. I've never beaten you. Thought I had number 3 for some reason.
Okay, so we had number
3,
4.
4, 5, 6, 7 to straight.
7, 6, 5, 4 deuce.
4. Yeah, I know that's what I have.
Pat, Pat.
Oh, wow.
Pat, Pat. Victor checks. What does Aaron do here? Don't know how often a Jack 9 is going to be good against a Pat.
Alright, let me see the last card. No good.
I think breaking and drawing to the 96 might have been the more fruitful route. Even if you end up with a 10, like your 10 can sometimes be better than a 10-9 on the other side. Again, a lot of ways to approach this game.
Yeah, a lot of extra layers.
Like maybe he thought that Victor was up to something and he was freezing him. Particularly in this game, sometimes you get a read and you deviate from the usual script. Victor has Pat 8.
Back-to-back nice hands for Victor.
Mike makes the call. Draws 2 to the 8. One of his outs are sitting in the muck. Don't know what Mike's got. Victor has put a bet in.
You draw 2, Mike. 500?
Mike check raises. He makes it 500.
It's snap call.
Wow.
Victor's going to win.
Wow, man.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, he does. Victor does indeed have him.
Oh my, is this 8 versus 8?
Oh my god.
Oh wow, 8 versus 8.
Oh.
8, 7, 6, 5 deuce for Mike. Victor prevails with the 8, 7, 6, 4.
What a brutal
6,
draw
6,
for
4,
Mike.
3 by 1. Victor has 1 better than Mike.
It was a good note.
8 versus 8.
No way I thought I was beat there.
And that's a costly one. Draws 2. And gets pipped.
Favorite raising to 5. I was like, oh my god.
I'm scared.
Yeah, he thinks
I
he
don't
hit
like
his
it. I know
gen
what you're
cards
talking
when he
about.
looks down at those after drawing 2.
Yeah, it's like number 17 versus number 16. Don't hold me to those exact numbers. That is a cooler. And really, like Victor probably could have gotten a full double there. You draw 2 and make an 8. You think that you've really got it. Victor now with a convertible jack on the button. Victor with a heater going here. Gets called by Mahesh, who's going to have to draw 2. Victor gets the pat.
You didn't really lose because you.
Mahesh going to have the better of Victor this time. Jack 8 versus Jack 9. Check, check.
Well, Mahesh had to show his hand at Showdown, so he'll lose his net button.
All right, give away that yellow thing now.
And then there were two. You've got Aaron, who's dwindled back to roughly break-even territory, and then you have Mike, who was just the unfortunate victim in an 8 versus 8 situation.
So when I was at the tournament, my third shot, when I was going to a 7. I shot.
Yeah, we've had some cores tonight, that's for sure, Bama. We have the 1 outer in the bomb pot, and
yeah,
now we have
Nasty way
the
to go out.
draw 2 pip.
You kick him to the curb too. You have more. Did you cover him?
No, he covered.
Oh, he covered you. So he was still alive, barely.
Yeah.
That bomb pot's one of the wildest bomb pots I've ever seen, and I've been here to commentate hundreds, I assume, maybe thousands by now.
Done a lot of bomb pots.
Yeah.
So let's all draw. Let's just all draw. And Aaron has 2 pair. Mike has 1 pair. Aaron has position. I could see Aaron bluffing. These are blockers that are paired, and 2 pairs never winning its showdown. Bluffing is perfectly reasonable, especially given how many cards were drawn here.
They're doing the stare.
Let's toss 200 out there.
125.
Make my call with a pair. Not impossible to call with a pair here, considering how many cards were drawn. And we know that Aaron's a good enough player that he's going to be bluffing.
That looked a lot like a card funeral at first, but he's... Oop.
I think Mike's feeling a little bit stubborn after what just happened. I think he might have chucked his fold button out the window. Tosses it in!
Wow.
Mike with a great call.
I hate this game.
And Aaron gets it both ways. Aaron is going to lose the nit game. Mike was the other remaining nit, so Aaron got to be on the hook for another $100 in the form of a splash pot. And Aaron left to wonder where it all went wrong in the last hour.
That was a lot of fun. That was like OK Corral for not losing the nit game. Sizing each other up.
I think we're playing yet another bomb pot first, though, before the splash pot.
Well, if this is the most explosive bomb pot of the night, then we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I don't know how we top that other one.
It'd be pretty tough.
Like, honestly, I would just shut down the bomb pots for the night after that, because we're not topping that. Unless somebody actually has the straight flush this time.
Yeah, we'd need a straight flush to river quads or something. Two pair for the professor.
Victor with a massive wrap and 2 pair.
Top set, T300, kings.
And Aaron has nut diamonds. And he has aces. And he has 7s and 5s.
Yeah.
Aaron has a lot of stuff going on. He makes it 80.
Mike.
Oh, yeah. I'll get pissed off.
Victor makes the call. 2 pair and a rat. And 2 pair. Baby diamonds. T300 in there. 8 of diamonds, 7 of hearts. Diamonds on the wrong board, though.
So, yeah, Aaron picks up.
Victor makes a straight.
Double nut flush draws.
Aaron with diamonds on both boards. Victor has straight to the 9, and he continues to have 2 pair on the bottom.
Victor
Also has a
actually
straight
open-ended
draw.
straight flush draw. What if we get our straight flush? Well, team with 300 blocks, half of it.
Did you? Oh, because of the $100.
Okay, so we got 300 from Victor, and T300 makes the call. Aaron does have nut draws on both boards. Aaron's got the possibility of a straight as well. And Aaron gets to close the action, so makes the call. To the river as we go. Diamonds!
Wow.
Aaron has nut.
What a dream, Rivers.
Yeah, no straight flush. No straight flush, so it's nut
So
for
close.
Aaron.
650.
That's 650.
C300 has diamonds, the worst diamonds possible, and pots it. And Aaron's going to say, get wrecked.
Where do I go in?
It's like the
And
graphics, right? Or maybe Aaron's got a little more than the graphics.
Yeah. I think it fits in the pot, though.
Yes, in the pot. I should just
You're going to get the bill. And Victor also with the diamonds flush. And with 2 players doing this, though, we're just never playing 6 high diamonds. And T300 is like, there's no way these are good. But it's only $200 or whatever it is. And no, Victor hasn't even folded yet.
Yeah, to your point, I think it's time to exit stage left. But what a yo-yo session for Aaron. He was up 500-600 most of the night, then kind of dwindled, and now
Victor's showing some cards.
Aaron's going to close out with a nice one.
Nice hand.
I didn't even realize that diamonds came off. Well, I still have the nuts, and I had a flush on the other.
Okay, so
we all have fun.
Thought maybe the way that you called to get 6 now.
yeah, so Aaron wins. Aaron scoops. Reverend Wondering who the booth is. I'm William Lottie, aka the New York Net. I got Kyle Frisbee alongside me, and we're getting near the end of the show here. So we've got the knit game. That was just lost by AA Ron. He's going to have to splash $100 in as we go back to Deuce.
And I had 4 pair, no, 3 pair and a rack.
This is the
with the diamond in my hand also.
At least I didn't pot turn. I just get stacked.
Okay, so we see the 100 from AA Ron. Doesn't hurt quite as much after River nut in the bomb pot.
I'm not folding on the turn.
After scooping that
I'd top
huge bomb pot, you just flick the 100 in.
Like I said, I
no
didn't
issues.
Pay attention to diamonds.
Aaron's not
I just
folding.
got excited they
Aaron's not
came up
folding.
on top. Yeah, but maybe if he pots it, I could fold myself.
Getting info from our producer Kristen on what's the last hand.
Aaron, open-ended straight draw. This is not as good of a draw as it looks.
I already had it straight. I had a wrap on the bottom.
I wanted to see a
But he is going to raise it.
What rivers for you, Aaron?
Mahesh with the roughest of jacks. This is the worst jack you can have.
Yeah, there were very few diamonds left. That's for damn sure.
And we're going to go heads up, and Aaron's going to draw 1. Mahesh going to pat and pray.
They were the last 2 diamonds.
Aaron.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Aaron.
There's only 2 diamonds
Gets
left.
his cards.
You had a flush. He had a flush. He had a flush. That's already 6.
Card didn't
and then
scan.
2 on top each. That's 10.
There's 3 left.
We don't have Aaron's card.
3 left.
Yeah.
That's 6 there. 6 here. It's 12 left.
It's 12.
Yeah, 12.
Oh,
Only
shit,
1
12.
left. Only 1.
There's only
I'm not
2
even
left.
sure if it matters what Aaron's card is. Like,
I drew
he's
a
going to
king.
check. Check, check. And I think he said king.
Yeah, he got the last 2 dimes.
So Mahesh takes that. Yeah, so if I'm the one who taught you reverends, I'm William Lottie once again. If you didn't catch that before in the chat, thank you so much for watching. I think we got one hand left.
And in a minute. I think we're only going to play a few more hands, right?
What a night. Some
That's true.
wild action.
We can go on.
And coolers and one-outers.
I mean, we could
Juice
keep
was
playing.
good. The bomb pots were chaotic. Maybe all of our
This is
bomb
the
pots
last
need to
hand
be
of
PLO5. Maybe that's what we're missing here.
I think that's a great idea. We just make all the, even in the Hold'em games.
On the Big O show, like we did PLO5 bomb pots, and we had a crazy one-outer there too that I was on the wrong end of.
Ended off with a boat.
Doesn't work 9-handed. There's not enough cards. As Kristen reminds us, Queen's 8's fold, Queen through T300. That's not a good hand he folds. Mahesh opens it up. And I think a few players feel like playing just because we're getting near the end of the stream. Victor with 2 pair. That's the hand that you could have raised and snowed. Like if you're going to play that hand, I think I like it better as a snow. Not quite as many full-on snow jobs tonight as I would have thought. 2-3-2. Mike, Victor, and Mahesh are players. Mahesh with 2 aces. That's not good. Victor has the queen, which is going to be best. And the other players with a pair.
Queen.
Showdown, and Victor takes that one.
There you go.
And I think that's the last one. I'm being told, yes, that is the last pot. So, on that note, time to wrap up. What do you think, Kyle?
Boy, not much more to add. That was some wild action.
Yeah, we have at least one viewer excited to play in the future. Hope to see you on the Deuce-to-Seven streets in the future. This is an amazing game. We're so glad we got to share this with you guys tonight. This is a criminally underrated game. We got to get the Deuce-to-Seven movement going. And apparently the PLO5 bomb pot movement, too.
Yeah, I'm
that
all
was really
for
something.
that.
So, it's time to wrap it up. Be sure and join us again for some action from Houston tomorrow. We're on at least 5 days a week between 4 of the TCH locations: Austin, Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley. Hit like, hit subscribe, find out every time we're on. On behalf of our viewers, Dan and Jesse, producers Kristen and Cooper, all of the great staff here, my partner here, Kyle Christie, I'm William Lottie, the New York Knit. Have a great